7.5 FM. From the top of Wologisi to the beaches of Maryland, we cover Liberia like nobody else does. This is Spoon 107.5 FM.
A special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of my discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Vonjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat kepa, gradually, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV.
Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV. Spoon.
A special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of my discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Vonjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat kepa, gradually, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Yes, what you got today?
Spoon. Spoon TV. Spoon. Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment.
A special one from the CEOs, Danton with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. James on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia.
Monrovia,
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa.
Africa.
Just to spoon you will know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon.
And of course, you're listening to Spoon 107.5 FM. You're also listening to us on Fabric 101.1 FM. That is, if you listening to us via Fabric FM, we live on Spoon TV on our Facebook TV page, and also Super TV and via YouTube on Spoon Talk. Fabric TV as well is also carrying this program live, or streaming this program live, I should say. My name is Diamond Slanger. You're welcome. I do see Mr. Dwalu in the background. I also do see Dr. Francine Chinowith Richardson in the background. And once they give me the thumbs up, we're definitely going to bring them on. So I've gotten one thumbs up and another one and another one. So yes, we're good to go. Yep. So if you're watching us via Spoon TV, just send okay. Just send a comment saying okay, because we had a little glitch, but that has been worked on. Hence, we had a little delay, coming on air. So all you need to do is just send us an okay, so that we know that you're watching us via Spoon TV. We see all of the comments as one, so it's difficult to differentiate which. Okay. So Baker Ren says watching via Spoon TV and says okay. Mr. Dwalu, what's up? How are you? Dr. Richardson, pleasant afternoon.
Yeah, we here, Dama. We can't complain. We here. How's everything?
Yeah,
hello.
Yeah, Nana. This season at only Liberia is called arrest or invite for questioning season.
1 hour or 2 hours.
How about press conference season?
That open season, that open season. Yesterday was Mark Jabate. Today is Queen Johnson. Invited by the police to go and answer question, the viral video and the accusations of her being involved in a murder plot. She's been invited by the Liberia National Police. Also, 2 days ago was the whole issue of Minister Weah, who's out of the country, the former National Security Advisor to President Weah, the former Solicitor General, then acting Justice Minister, and the controller of the FIA as well. So right now it's open season, and presidents are making their statements. Former President Salif spoke to the issue of corruption as well, talked about corruption undermines, the development of a country, and we should make strides, and there should be punishment and efforts in educating our children, and all of that. Former President Weah also spoke today, addressing his partisans and the nation at large, saying his CDC is going to use all means available to them legally and politically, but I got mixed message, from the former president's speech. One point he's talking about legal means, another point he's talking about political means, talking about resisting, and resistance can come in so many ways than one. Going to court and proving your innocence is resisting that you're guilty. That's resistance, but it's the legal resistance. We're looking out to see what the political means will be, whether it's engaging sub-regional partners, ECOWAS, and multinational agencies and international organizations like the UN and the rest, or protests. You did see the post from the consultant to the speaker, former Representative Gray? You saw
I
that
saw
post
it.
about Bill?
Yeah, I saw it.
That is a bluff.
Bill to impeach.
That is a bluff.
Yeah, he said he other people say he was there when Kabina Jenner was impeached, so he got that strength and that
So
power.
impeachment based on
That
what?
is a bluff.
Yeah,
Based on what?
who knows? But
On what ground?
guys, who knows? Well, I want to tell you, put your hello.
Abuse of power. What?
I mean, I can't go to and go marry again. They ain't go to Japan this time.
Tell you, everything they put in lightly. This is a serious matter.
Okay.
I want to see her. I want to bluff.
It's a serious thing. They may say he got the power. He getting a troop together so they can impeach Boga. We're not serious about it. That's serious thing.
Okay, so this is what's not serious about it. Yes, the bill of impeachment can be crafted. A representative can do that. Will it garner the support needed?
They may say he has support to impeach Kabina Jenner. So
Kabina Jenner is a far cry from president of the Republic of Liberia. Let's face it.
That way.
Whether you like it or not, President Bouaga is the most popular man in Liberia at the moment. Because we have a popular-based democracy. You voted upon the most popular candidate wins the race.
That's right.
So how now are you going to transform that popularity? And you also have to look at the political angle to this as well. Are representatives willing to be seen in that direction, going along with that? People have their own personal interest in politics, And you're also talking about the number one man in the country. What are the grounds? Is President Bouaga going to go down with his hands, folded and not fight to maintain his position? Those around him. What are the glaring violations that will give wind in the sail of an impeachment bill against the president 7 months into his tenure?
So Nelson, you're not buying it. That's what you're trying to tell the people today. You're buying it. That bluff, that fly.
Politically, in Liberia at this time, looking at all of the various elements put together in this whole pot of impeachment bill, it's not going anywhere. La fla. Even for the bill to come up and be read on the floor of the House of Representatives, that would be a remarkable feat in itself. But to go as far as reaching an impeachment level, la fla, you're not happening. Is Representative Gray as influential being out of the House as he was in the House?
Now, what it mean want us to think then? Okay. So anyway, I beg you, I can't run to class tonight and my heart burning that I can be on this show because too many things are happening. But let me just give two shout outs. One, Charlene LIB. Today, her son's birthday. She watches us all the time. I want to tell you, my young man, happy birthday to you. Your mother is an avid watcher of Spoon TV, Spoon Talk. So we just want to tell you happy birthday, and I hope that you have a great day. My second shout out is to and Dama, you're not putting the team up. I sent you. And my second shout out is actually to Miss Lulu. Miss Lulu was on Spoon Talk Business. I mean, I'm one person in life I like to be grateful, and sometimes I don't even know how to pay people back. I just like paying people. I like to give. I'm not a good receiver. This lady, she makes ginger beer, ginger drink out of grapefruit, strawberry, Sora. She just sent me I don't know how many, I didn't even count. She sent me a lot of them for my daughter's celebration, and I'm so grateful to you, Lulu. I just want to tell you thank you. You didn't have to do it, but you did it, and I appreciate you. I will forever hold you in my heart. And she makes these things, Dwala. Look, she
Wow.
makes little bags, like gift bags. She
Yeah,
just
get back. Yeah.
yeah. So, and representing Liberia, these are all our sort of lapa. She just cut it, and I mean, she's representing Liberia. So, Lulu, thank you so much. I called you. I didn't get a chance to see you, but thank you
Very
again.
talented.
I'm grateful.
She's very talented. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Wow.
Dwala, I'm gonna let you talk to your people. I know you have some.
Yeah, let me talk to my people as always. Let me recognize some of them. Siliki, Tori, how you doing, my brother? Take care, Dr.
Bye bye.
Yep, Stobatis, I'm sorry. M. Young Jr., Jacob Bayi. How you doing, Mr. Bayi? Charles Russell, Mr. Russell. Welcome to the show, sir. I see Vani Kroma. Mr. Kroma, what's going on, man? How's everything with you? BT Johnson, my brother Sam Zoll, Alacock City. Over at the Dennis Brooks, William Falla, Mr. Falla, how you doing? Moses Cully, Mr. Cully, welcome to the show. Corto Pasteur, how are you doing? Corto Face Eskbach, I don't know what kind of name is that, but I think I did my best. I see Jay Carter, Mr. Carter, what's going on? Baker Ramsey, hey Baker, what's going on, man? Paul, same way, it's the same way. Welcome to the show, Elizabeth Franklin. Madam Franklin, how are you doing? Robertson Zor, P. Bendel Campbell, Madam Campbell, I see Philip Kiamu, Sekou, Mohammed Sharif, Mr. Sharif, William Cole, how are you doing, Mr. Cole? I see Mary Chie, I see Pastor Christopher Slayer, Tama Koha, Nakeli Binda, Nelson Forkba, James K. Cole, Nathaniel K. Hill, Ambrose Cooper, Wilmore S.D. Knuckles, Mr. Knuckles, how are you doing, sir? I see Lydia Kennedy, Yema Washington, Eddie Ogamba, Lorena Gator. Hi, Lorena, what's going on? How can I do, ma? I see Nancy Walker, Lavette Bundle, Dorothy H. Harvey, Umaru Kengo, how you doing, Shadrach Singar Joseph? How you going on, man, Shadrach? Malayan, B. Don, Madam Don, Fina Tamba. Fina, nobody's going to ask you what are you, Gizzy. I see Thomas Sam, Boazizi, my brother Daniel Boazizi, what's going on, man? Dennis Murphy, Dennis Jala, Taika Kwekwe Miller, Mr. Miller, what's going on? Johnson, Benedict, Abraham, everybody, man, y'all share the show. Y'all come, let's talk Liberia. Look, I was going through some documents today, and I want to talk about the National Housing Authority of the Republic of Liberia. I'm not going to bring in the motivational stuff today because I saw what is happening in the country now. We are in the rainy season. Anybody who's in Liberia, I was in Liberia maybe almost 3 weeks ago, and everywhere in the country is flooded. Do you know how much is given to the National Housing Authority of the Republic of Liberia? $24,000. Let me repeat. The National Housing Authority for the Republic of Liberia is literally giving $24,000 to run that entire agency. What are we doing? We are giving representatives and senators $100,000, $150,000 to go to their districts and claim that they are doing something in their district. Why aren't we putting this money in the National Housing Authority? What are we doing? Why do we always get our priorities out of whack? The National Housing Authority is a vital government agency. Housing in most countries is a crucial component of the government and services provision to the people. But we've taken the National Housing Authority. Nobody cares about it. $24,000 allotted to this entity. When we addition our millions of dollars to the legislature so people can claim in their district that they are doing projects. Why aren't we giving this to the National Housing Authority so we can build houses across the country? $10,000 can build a decent quality home. I'm not talking about free home. I'm talking about subsidized home. So get people from out of the swamp. Everybody. Now, this is an entire guesstimation, but I will tell you this. I would say maybe 30. I won't be surprised if it's 40% of the inhabitants of Monrovia live in the swamp. When it rains, they cannot live in their places. There's water everywhere. And then we are allocating $24,000 to the National Housing Authority. I know we have a lot to talk about here today, but I want you guys to remember service provision to the people is one of the key primary duties of the government. Housing is crucial. Look, guys, Monrovia is expanding, it's growing in population. There are projections that this city could hit 3 million people in 15 to 20 years if we continue on this kind of growth. Now, we are not actually forecasting or marking this growth scientifically. These are guesstimations because I believe the statistical arm of the Republic of Liberia is not giving us enough information. But a lot of people are leaving. Now, urbanization is happening across the globe. It is also going to happen in Liberia. If we're not building housing, what are we doing? Where all these people going to go? There will be a bunch of shanty towns springing up around Monrovia if the zoning laws are not enforced. People will build anywhere. Why are we giving the National Housing Authority only $24,000? Way less than what it costs to buy a vehicle for one representative. $24,000. This is what is given to the National Housing Authority, and our money has not even come yet. What are we doing? Why do we give the representative 100,000, 200,000 to go in the district and do projects when we can funnel this money to a government agency where it can be properly monitored, where they can build housing out of the city, on the outskirts of the city, so people can get out of the swamps, so the floodings can stop? What are we doing? Honorable President, look, Mr. Bwaka, my president, you're doing some great things in the country that we will continue to celebrate you for, but your legacy is our cause. It's what we champion. We want you to leave a great legacy because we fought for this, sir. The National Housing Authority must be attended to properly. Even if it's $5 or $10 million in the budget, it has to go to the National Housing Authority so they can build low-income housings across the country. Outside of Monrovia, our people are living in swamps. Now, I am not talking about free housing. Look, 10 years ago, you could get a nice apartment in Monrovia for $10, $15, $20 a month. Right now, most of those same apartments are going for $35, $40 a month. And some of the $40 a month apartments are in the swamp. So if the National Housing Authority is building 300-400 homes every single year with $10-15 million allocated to that entity, it can go a long way. People can pay the $10-15 for these houses, or they can do pay to own or rent to own, whatever you want to call it. But we are not sending money to the National Housing Authority. This is a vital entity. Don't give the money to the representatives and the senators. Let it go to the National Housing Authority. Let them demarcate area around the city, proper zoning, and take the people from out of the swamps, because every time it rains, I am not saying give it to them for free. They have to do something for it. Look, through housing, look, next to food is shelter. $24,000. This is shameful. $24,000, that's equivalent to a gas slip. It's less than what they get a representative a gas slip for the entire year. Because if the other representative receives $3,000 a month, times $3,000 by 12 months, you do the math. 3 times 12 is $36,000. So they're giving gas slips to government officials way more than the money being allotted to an entire government agency. What are we doing? What are we doing? Low-income housing, Mr. President, low-income housing across the country. You can build new communities, move the people out of the swamps, and then we can re-demarcate that swamp. Take the money from the representatives and senators. They should not get the 100,000 so they can go to their districts and claim that they are doing this personally. Let it go through the government agency. Let's put some money into the National Housing Authority, get our people out of the swamps, and let's build proper communities that are zoned properly. Once again, man, you're welcome. Fadiga, how you doing, my brother? Welcome to the show.
Well, I'm doing great, my man. Housing. Well, you mentioned something, you said next to food is housing, but I'll get on the food part. Look, if you look at fellow countries like Rwanda and other places that have been developing over the years, they invested in housing. The reason why we have a lot of substandard housing and people building these 2020 design is because there is no real standard when it comes to design and architecture and different things. Somebody and myself were having conversation the other time. They say, why if the government just invest in building an apartment complex and even sell it? I know NASCAR did it. I think it was very profitable for them. They were able to get a huge return. People in the diaspora, not only people from the slum or people from Europe, but it's a very good venture that people won't have to give their money to this other person to eat it and stuff. They can have those homes available, affordable housing that a lot of Liberians all over the world would tap into. You can get mortgage, you can get something probably engaged, probably public private partnership where they're bringing a lot of external company to invest in housing, because the next thing that's going to happen in this country is housing. Especially the rural area that now enjoy electricity. I think that would be a very good endeavor. But more than housing or Dwalu, I was sitting down last night and to be frank, our people are hungry in this country.
Yeah, my brother.
If you want to do anything, I know most of our listeners in the diaspora, I kid you not. If you can do anything, if you can raise money, if you want to do any NGO, please do it to a Meals on Wheels. Our people eat one time a day, if they can even find it. I've made it a personal duty to ask people about their story. And, just random people in the street, talk to people. And honestly, hunger is one of the worst things in this country. For some of us that have been blessed to have abundance, is something we probably might not see it, but a lot of our people, men, women, and children, go to bed hungry. Nobody should go to bed hungry in 2024.
The funny guy, you don't have to see it.
It's sad.
Look at the faces of our people. Look at how malnourished the country is.
Yeah, even the body. Yeah, that's why it's so just,
Look at the body.
Yeah.
We're not eating properly. Look.
Hunger in the country.
Look, they got interlocking bricks now. $10,000 can build a quality 2-bedroom house for a family of 5. $10,000. I'm not saying we'll give it to them for free. I will keep stressing this point. So if they can pay the $20 a month, they can find a way to live in that place, and the government can use that money to actually contribute to the national coffers, but at least they're living on a quality condition. The reason why some of the kids are malnourished, some of the conditions on which they're living is not conducive. So we are losing a lot of children when they're very, very young, between the age of 0 to 5. The immune system is not built up right, so they're living under these horrible conditions.
The cognitive ability.
Yeah. Yeah, and they're living under these horrible conditions. And yeah, Christine Harry, I see you. I think I will send you a message. But this is the issue for national housing. Listen, Mr. President, sir, we must put some money into national housing. These interlocking brick machines, I actually have 2 of them in the country already. That's what I used to build my project over there. But the interlocking brick machine, they're very cheap. They're economical. You can build a lot of houses with it. We can clear Nuku Town. We can do a lot. Put $5-6 million to National Housing Authority and mark that money for direct housing across the country, especially in the urban areas. Not free house.
I don't think government will do it. I think they need to really seek a private partnership, and there's a market for it, especially if they engage the Liberian diaspora. Look what happened. I even started receiving email. So it was January when I was coming back home. I stopped in Ghana, either when I was going or coming. And they have these realtor at the airport now.
Yeah.
That come to you and tell you about the different housing that they have and stuff. And now you can purchase it. It happened in Dubai.
Yeah.
Where those high rises, people can just purchase an apartment in there. We have everything here that will invite people. Take away the electricity that is not stable. But even in the rural area that have stable electricity, some people don't want the noise in the city.
Yeah.
And, it gets some private companies, investors that will come and invest in our real estate. And see if people will not buy. I know there are thousands of people that want to build houses here. They just worry that family member will eat the money. They may have substance or thing. And so, housing should to engage in that. I'm not saying that government should not invest in the infrastructure or in the entity, but I'm saying that they should look more into private
Yeah, I
private.
understand the private part, but to give the National Housing Authority
24. Oh no, that's a joke.
it's just ridiculous. It can't
It's
run anything.
ridiculous.
And why are you giving a representative $100,000 to go back to his district so that representative can pretend and call it Swakoko project? I mean, look, the few days when it rained heavily, I think I said this on the air. Marco Thomas, District Number 4 representative, the people, it was like almost 100 plus people came to my yard. Oh, Mr. Eduardo, please help us. We have to carry someone into a church. I called Marco Thomas because most of the people live in the community. So now when it rain heavily, the rain can go almost halfway in the house. They have to take all their belongings and bring it outside. Because people are living in the swamp because nobody monitors them and they just built in these places. Now, I have to be fair here. I'm not excusing what they're doing. But if people are not led, they will do things that sometimes even harm themselves. The institutions exist for a reason. They will do things. They say, "Oh, that dry season, I will just be here." And and in Liberia, there's a rule: you cannot buy land in the dry season. You gotta buy land in the rain season so you can understand what the land truly is. Because if you go buy land in the dry season, you will get food. So we need people to understand this. National Housing Authority must be giving some money. Take the 100,000 for the representative. Pump into the National Housing Authority. Let that money be channeled to a government agency. Let's see the output of that agency. That's the only call I have here today, guys. We have to do something about housing in the country because our people are living under dire circumstances, and people still trickling into the city from the interior. Aliga.
Yeah, and the population is growing. We are growing. Other foreign national coming, adding. The population is growing. It's not as fast as I wanted to see, but it's still growing. And the reason people are congregated in the city and other things is not only because of economic reason, but housing. If you move in a rural area, you barely have enough housing.
Yep.
Nima County has been doing a lot. I wish a lot of other counties would emulate the Nimanians example. I admire Nima County, the model. We need to study Nima County. Seriously, people need to go, representatives, senators from other counties need to go to Nima County and see what I've engaged a lot of folks from Nima. And what I see, beside that camaraderie that they have among them, I see that real love and genuine decentralization. They decentralize their own country. If you look at where Nima County is right now, I'm telling you, in the next 4 to 5 years, and a lot of things factors responsible, the proximity to Guinea and other different things. But I think other countries around the border should start emulating the example for Nima and start looking into how they can grow their local economy, how they can invest more in the countries. You know what? One of the greatest thing that I think President Boyka did was that Local Government Act. I hope it will not just be an act that will actually decentralize this country, where people, local government will have to manage their own resources. It will be a healthy competition. And when Grandmaster look and see Nima County doing good and booming, and people moving there, then they want to do it too. And when Bon County see Grandmaster doing something, they want to do it too. It's just that in the U.S., there are some states that have surplus. Minnesota, I used to live, we have I remember one time we had $1 billion surplus, and government can use it any kind of way.
But Padiga, Nima County has a own rating rule. If you want to be B-man in Nima County, before you become B-man, you must get something in Nima. This is it's a requirement. I mean, almost most of the another thing the Malians are doing that is very commendable. Most of the guys are coming from the states. They're going into Nima and building in Nima. They're in Morovia.
Nima County have gone from private home to range. Wealthy people in Nima are not living in one apartment. They are moving to range.
Thank you.
You see the mindset? That's the mindset we need to cultivate across the country. And I envy them in a good way. Yeah. I envy Nima in a good way. And I think other people need to go over there and say, hey, man, we can do this. Look at Grand Bassa, our country, for example. Bassa, normal days we grew up in Bassa. I know what Bassa was. Bassa, we have full-time taxi running. We had every urban thing. And, the only country next to Morovia that have full-time taxi running, we have a good super highway. Basel could be the next, commercial. Why can't it be? Look at Bon County right in the middle there. Look at Lopa up there around the Guinea. A border they could benefit from trade around there. So, I just admire them.
I mean, from the flour mill in Buchanan too.
Yeah, my mom used to work there.
Oh, she used to work at the flour mill.
She was a head nurse.
At the flour mill. Okay, I didn't know that.
My mom was a head nurse.
Okay, that's
yeah.
pretty
She
cool.
worked there.
Yeah.
She was the only nurse there through all before the war, after the war, and then the director of nurses for the government hospital. Yeah, so Dwadu left. So yeah, as we were saying, there are a lot of things we can do if we decentralize. I'm glad that the president is thinking in this direction, that he will be able to decentralize the country and every country run their own stuff. Because in America, there's a saying, they say politics is local.
Mm-hmm.
All politics is local. All the people in Moravia that will have to do is to look for money. They can go out, they can find a company, they can do everything. Just pour it in your country, in your county, and let a competition roll.
Well, in Liberia, it's actually reversed.
It is.
Absent election, politics is distant. Okay, during election, politics become local, but after election, politics is distant. Look, my people, all of us, we're not placing blame. We are equally guilty here, because for the counties to grow, look, Fadiga cannot become representative from Grand Bassa County. They ain't be living in Monrovia. There is no way Fadiga can connect with his constituents in Grand Bassa County fully, because he doesn't understand the day-to-day happenings in the county. You can't divorce yourself from your true representation, which is the people. You have to understand how they live and all of that. Look, representatives of the senators, I'm going to challenge you regarding the National Housing Authority. I want you to look into them. Call the managing director of that place. I don't know what her name is. I think it's one Florence. You talk to her and let her come and explain to you, because we have to leave this place, or else you will see a lot of people in the streets with nowhere to live. And then one day the government want to put rules somewhere. You break all the people down. The people will start fighting back. It will be chaotic. You have to preempt this before it happens. National housing is a serious national issue that has to be taken seriously. Giving the National Housing Authority $24,000 is an insult to that entity, when the representative receives on average $36,000 per year just in gas slip alone. Let me repeat. National Housing Authority, you allocate $24,000 for the year, and one representative receives $36,000, approximately $36,000 in gas slip every single year. We've gotten our priority out of order. We are not focusing in the right place. There are a lot of flooding across the city, the erosion everywhere. Our people will need places to live. And no, people are not going to move to the interior. Urbanization is happening. You cannot stop it. They have rights to come to Morovia. They're going to come to Morovia. It is the government responsibility. Somebody mentioned here city planning. The city planning division have to be employed so we can do more, because this is the people. You have to provide services for them. Use the money to uplift the people is all I'm saying here. Damo, any kind of intro what's happening in the country so we can begin this thing up before the guys get here?
Yeah, a lot happening in the country, politically, socially, sporting wise. But I love to start with the sporting wise development. Liberians are gearing towards supporting our Olympic team. The various teams that will be representing Liberia. Do see billboards are going up. The events, when will Liberia be competing in the Olympics, is also being published, and we also love to give out the schedule as well, and Glendy gets on the show so that our people can follow our teams and give them the support. She was also talking about watch stations, like in other countries, they've erected big screens, for people to go and watch the Olympic teams. But as to whether that will happen, at least I've seen one or two big screens around the country. But whether or not they will be used for screaming the Olympic Games as Liberia contest, we're looking forward to seeing that as well. But there is an increased momentum, in supporting our teams as well. So we wish them all of the best as they fly the flag of Liberia at the Olympic Games there in France, Paris. So politically, what's happening? We will resist legally and politically. That is the trending line in the country. The CDC, through its political leader, perennial political leader, former President George Weah, has said his party is going to resist politically and legally the arrest. A comment, a comment just threw me off.
That's why. Yes,
No,
your time.
Edward. No, Edward. I don't have implanted hair. I have a very rapid growing hair, so I cut my hair regularly. I don't have implanted hair. Yeah, so while the CDC have said they will resist, the NPP, that was a part of the Coalition for Democratic Change through its Chairman Moba, has also said that they welcome the indictment, subsequent arrests, of former WIA officials, but it should be holistic. So President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, or Liberians love you to say former President Sirleaf, on yesterday also did weigh in and said, yes, corruption derails the development of a country. It impedes progress, and there should be punishment, as well as the holistic effort in teaching students in schools and the rest about the diminishing effects of corruption and the lack of integrity in the country. So a lot of other things, but these are the trending issues. The president has also appointed an acting executive governor of the central bank. You love to say just merely less than a day since the central bank governor was suspended for reasons relating to the compliance audit from the GAC. So a lot happening in the country. I like what you talked about, the housing issue in the country, how the National Housing Authority has now been empowered, and it goes to show misplaced priority in our country, Dwalu, and how we allot monies, for
in the budget.
folks, yeah, and our development agenda in the country, what we need to do and what we haven't been doing. Housing is key amongst that, especially low income affordable housing as well, that our people can be able to move into and stuff like that. So those are some of the training issues.
Thank you. Stanton, welcome to the show. I want to say this though. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, the Omar Azor. The Omar so gutty. I love her for it. I hate her at the same time. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf had a saying. She said, if your dreams don't scare you, they're not big enough. Let me put a slang to this. If the Omar Quickle G does not scare you, you scared of people. The Omar talking about look, Mama, I'm bleeding ya. Like Joe, we had to sit down. They didn't audit that government. They did what they had to do. But at the end of the day, man, it stifles economic growth. President Bwaka would do the right thing he's supposed to do. And I will insist every chance I get, openly, lawfully, expeditiously, and make sure everything's according to law. President Weah, you cannot scare anybody in this country once the law is being enforced. You can skip all the press conference. You're talking today. That's what you're talking. It don't scare nobody. If they arrest you legally, they provide the evidence before the court. It is not outside the confines of the law. If you're implicated, somebody will say your name. Because as the government continue to tighten the noose, somebody will talk. And the talking is good for Liberia. Let me tell you what. It's very good for Liberia. Thank you. Time.
Oh, okay. So how you doing, Mr. Fadiga?
The man die. You want to see a Shabu, Shani?
Mr. Fadiga, why you interact this? I mean, Mura, today is his anniversary. He caught the line on you.
Yeah, I got lag. Sometimes it's my computer. I think I need a new computer. Sometimes
it been happening to me, but I mean, Mura called his. Mura called his LDC because you are not paying your bills. You owe $11,000. You can't pay the man.
Give my money there.
No, but listen now. Listen. Let me fair. I mean, it's not fair to Ami though. Not because he comes Minnesota, you owe him $11,000. Did they suspend your brother with pay or without pay?
Oh God.
I mean, I know. I know nothing about the.
Thank you.
Not the you are not video more. If go ask the president.
I'm not asking Joseph Yuma Baga. He got plenty to worry about. The man firing everybody from CBL. And he bringing in other people then too that got problems. So we have a long conversation today.
Yeah,
But again, we want to say to all of you, here we are again. Welcome to the Spoon Talk. Mr. Dwalo and the peoples, thank you very much. My brother Al Hussein, UJ Fadiga, as always, I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Together we can stand and make a better Liberia if we continue fighting. Left fight with all we have. Everything we have is Liberia. Liberia first, Liberia second, Liberia third, Liberia last. This is who we are. We will always think Liberia. We'll always love Liberia, and together we can build a better Liberia. A situation where you find our brother Fadiga, he's owing Amin Modal, the commerce minister. I expected Amin to waive every fees on Fadiga because Fadiga fought for this government. Remember, you had 43 minutes, but can I have 22 minutes, please? You have Dwado have 43 minutes. I do my opening. Ohaji Tiger, I will block you if you continue to attack me, Ohaji. Ohaji, that's my man. Ohaji Tiger, the Liberian Nigerian guy. But I want to say to all of you, how can Fadiga fight for Amin? And Amin stay charging Fadiga at the Benekasa Hotel. Wow. Fadiga is displayed in Liberia. Right now, I can tell you what Fadiga is. This is the government that Fadiga champion. But we are here talking. My man, Fadiga, my brother, y'all leave her alone. It might give me harder after the show anyway. But Fadiga say if President Waga didn't bring his brother back, he will flip to CDC. And that's why you say, Fadiga?
Oh man, don't be your paper in my mouth. Thank you. Hey, carry your gossip, your cheap. No conversation.
Ladies and gentlemen, share our show. Invite your brothers and sisters. We need your comments. Mr. Dwado is here. We got 14 more minutes to go before we start the real show. Yes, sir.
I saw some old man at the Liberian on staying low. They say, Mr. Dwado, why is they not always giving you a hard time on the show? There, like, I listen to be talking about yourself. Like, you put it on me, or you won't be very about a lot. Like he's saying, if you're talking about that.
But what do you know, right? Let me say this, and I'm grateful to all my Liberian people who met abroad, Fadiga. The people believe in what I say. Fadiga, I am humble. Dwalo can say all day long. The people say, do not touch my anointed and do my prophet no harm.
Prophet no.
And do my prophet no harm. Ask all the women. My Pana in Delaware, go ask her. My Sarah, Oma Kova in New Jersey, Upper New Jersey, go ask her. I can name all the women. If you try, the woman will come after you. But again, let's keep focused. This is the day the Lord has made. We got to be rejoicing and be glad in it. Today, since yesterday, we announced that Aloysius Talu, the bank governor, was suspended. Central bank governor. He was suspended. I am receiving information he was suspended without any benefit, any pay whatsoever. They have asked him to resign, that the president actually told him in his face. Sylvester Grisby told him. Samuel Stikwa, Samuel Kofi Woods, Molly Kamara, Sir Johnny, they all met Aloysius Talu, and all the people were in the meeting. They said, the president don't want to work with you no more. They met him. They looked him in the face and said, the president don't want to work with you no more. Prior to the audit report, Mr. Dwado. And the president asking you to resign. Resign and walk away with all of your benefits. Sylvester Talu said no. He's on tenure. His tenure got another 2 years to go, almost 2 years. And he said he will remain there because he's a tenure child. He was born to be on tenure. He was born to win.
A compliance officer.
So at the end of the day, I got to give you guys this story. This is not a joke. He was born to win. He was born to be there because he's a tenure child. And sometimes we go back and we think and say, where are we as a people? They caught your neighbor straight on the job. The job for you alone. The Dwaru say it never from a buried in somewhere in somewhere we don't know. Fadiga owned the never from a buried in Senegal. Glenn was buried in Grand Basso. My own was buried right in Gallonsville, via MTA by Zinkian. That's where they bury my own air. Right in Gallonsville. Via MTA. I don't know where Noah Screen is buried. That the richest one was buried in New York, in Brooklyn. Asador was buried in Maryland. Uncle Sam Noah Screen was buried in a very wealthy community. Don't believe me, Uncle Sam that said Noah Screen was buried in, I don't know where he called the place. He won't be a poor man. Now he's not a poor man, get down. A lie. He was never a poor man. Uncle Sam Noah Screen was buried in the executive mansion. No, he's not on Sonny Wayne. We know this was buried in the executive mansion when his father was working with the president. All right, for Uncle Sam, he shouldn't put out something and say, "Oh, I'm from Gator, I'm from Sonny Wayne, I'm the poor boy." You know, you're not no poor boy. You cannot be poor boy at the age of 20-year-old. Your parents send you to America. You cannot be poor boy.
Less than 20.
Less than 20. You cannot be poor boy and you're telling one of the wealthy school with all the rich people children. You cannot be poor boy. Don't do that thing to us, Uncle Sam. Nobody's stupid yet. But I digress. The Pastor Remo will say, I digress. So at the end of the day, folks, here we are as people yearning for change. Mr. Duaru begging for change, looking for change. Samuel Kofi Woos, the National Security Advisor to the President, the Senior Economic Advisor, Sir Johnny, the Junior Economic Advisor, Modi Kamara, the rest of them, Bushuben Keita, the legal counsel to the president, the rest of them, you know them. They look at Alonso Stado and say, you must go. You must go. Alonso said no. They said, we're going to have an audit on CBL. Alonso said, bring it on. Today we'll be discussing what comes next. We'll talk about former President George Weah's speech. We'll talk about the newly appointed Samoa, Henry F. Samoa, how he left LBDI. And LBDI today, LBDI off for sale. His relationship. We'll talk about Samoa today. Are we joining from fry pan to fry pot? Then people are asking questions. Will Yemane Pearson go and the other bank governor, Dugley, or what his name is, where he go to? Somebody know his name. Ladies and gentlemen, the Prophet Keegan said, boys and guests, welcome to the Spoon Talk. We got several minutes for us to get in gear, for us to get in Zigo. Okay, you'll say IBL International Bank. You're right, the IBL, not LBDI. Yeah, the IBL. Thank you very much. Wherever it is, you know where the man came from. The IB Bank. IB Bank or IB, wherever it is, International Bank. So it's not IB Bank, it's International Bank. So at the end of the day, let's just get something straight up here. Mr. Duadu, a lot of stuff is happening in our country. Samuel Tuah is on the run. There's a president, former president, making the case for Samuel Tuah and the rest of them. The information that the people going to seek bond, they have already made possible bond that will be released. They have some historical pattern. Honor Grudy Bryan, Balam Salif, Joe Weah, you catch them, you put them in jail, you release them on bail, they go their business. You will never see them again. It happened. I'm not making up a story. You catch them, you put them in jail for 1, 2, 3 days, they call their friends then, they go to court, you set them free. The same thing with the Chinese investor, the Chinese miner, they're gone, they're out. You're welcome to the show, yeah, my people. Labrador business, making us old. I woke up this morning, Mr. Eduardo, I saw one gray hair right here. Right here. Mr. Eduardo.
I get plenty, so I don't even call it.
No, I saw one right here. Right here. I'm looking for it. I can't see it again. I tried. I told my daughter, I said, can you? Yeah, I'm looking for it. Can somebody help me? Can you see it? No. Damo, can you zoom it in? Damo, zoom it in. I want people to see it. Hey, Damo, my picking, where you at? There you go. Can you see it? It's right here, right? Somewhere right here. I got one small gray hair right here. That one, it was shining. I'm looking for them. I'm proud. Yeah, I'm looking for them. It's right here. Can somebody help me? Can somebody help me find it? And you know, so that's how it is. Glenny, I know you want to help me, but you're waiting for Gina. I don't need you to help me. Please don't send me no text that you want to take off my gray hair. Please. My daughter would do it or my wife would do it. There's only two people that can do it. Please. Don't send me text and tell me that you won't take off my gray hair. Worry about your own gray hair and not my gray hair.
You're pretty.
No, man. We got 5 more minutes to chill back. That's not serious. We can't tell the Labrador people let our show. And you see, you get 122,000 people watching you, 60,000, 70,000. They put kind for the fat, not fiction. We don't take that name from Fagon. But there's a fight between Fagon and Amaracone about the diamond issue. Fagon is defending Fangao. Fagon is defending his cousin, Randy Scott. That's his cousin. Fagon is defending the Labrador-owned business people, Randy Scott, Orito Scott, and the rest of them. Amaracone is saying, Fagon, you are wrong. Fagon said to Amaracone, talk to me 2029, you will not make it. Hey! It's on the Facebook pages. I'm not saying it. We're going to call it and play. That Fagon calls him Randy Scott. Today, I spoke to Michael, the other Chinese guy. I had a 4-way conversation, Mambe, myself, and the journalists that connected. We spoke to Michael. I heard Michael on the story, the other Chinese guy. I can announce it because it's an open conversation. Man, Mr. Eduardo, I feel your pain, brother. Are we there yet? Are we there yet?
But I see all the document for that Marco guy. The guy is very convincing. That guy.
I will talk about Michael. I will talk about Michael today. I think Mame and the rest of the team. Well, what? The sedition ran away today because Weah spoke? They ran away?
Now, me, I said, putting more inside the
somebody called sedition? You ain't call sedition. We'll find out. You don't bring any sedition. Mr. Eduardo, the sedition ran away today?
I want to extend a more invitation to my former President Weah. If you want Labrador to hear, this is the biggest platform. Come here, let's interact with the people. It will go a long way, Mr. President. Stanton, I told you the president was not going to take questions. The man ran out of there like an old person. He's smoking from who?
Dama.
Ran away from there. How you get out of you take questions?
No, I won't call Dama. Dama said something today, and Dama did something today. Dama, if Dama in the back, can you tell Dama to come, Mr. Eduardo, in the studio?
Yeah, in the studio.
Yeah.
Dama, can you call the president's speech? I'm begging you, please. I'm begging you. And those pictures you sent me about the president, can you get them ready too? The picture you sent me.
The whole speech?
The important one, the one that he was, just anyone. Let's talk about this speech. I beg you, Dama.
The last 3 minutes. Yes, I think it's yeah. But
and we also want to say that Gregory Coleman had his group in Labrador today. Dama, if you want to take a little piece of information from that little video, let's show it. The president attended the program, Rondo. He was in Labrador speaking to the Labrador National Police. We'll bring that to you as well. Go ahead, Mr. Eduardo.
There's a colloquial version. You saw it?
No, what's that?
Tenji did it in colloquial.
Oh, I saw that. Let me do that one. I don't mess with Tenji. Tenji is crazy. I saw that. You know what? I want to call Tenji. I read it too. I want to call Tenji.
Tenji is a comedian. You never heard.
No, I read it too. I really like Tenji. And you know, because she knows how to cook.
You got to love her. If you love her,
I really do.
You love her.
I really do. Tenji, 10G, that's a good friend. She doesn't hold anything back.
I get that. So why you movie?
Mr. Duado, but we got 2 minutes to go. Your 30 seconds. Let's start the people's show.
Yes, Stanton, you mentioned something about, they will call their friends after the arrest. They call their friends, they put them out of jail, and they walk away. When you have a case in this country, I've been to court in this country several times, but it was always to evict somebody. I've never gone to a serious court. But the issue in this country, if you're even accused of something as minor as shoplifting, when you go in before the judge, it is so serious. No laughing. The judge is so serious. Everybody understand there are something serious coming after the fact once you get convicted. But in Liberia, they make him commit a crime that requires him to go to jail for 50 years, and everybody thinks it's a joke. A complete joke. Most of these guys, I listened to some of the CDC guys today after President Weah with his nyama brouhaha that he was talking about when he got done. They're talking all kind of nonsense. They don't think this is serious. It is even more reason for the government to attach a heavy degree of seriousness to this issue. This is a serious matter. We're talking millions of dollars here. And then you're playing phone with it. Some of these guys, they need to stay in that jail until.
Why are you calling? Anyway, that's your.
Go ahead.
I will not interrupt you because I get a question for you. But let me bring my brother Fadiga. Fadiga.
Stanton, the speech was not surprising, but what I found troubling, I know we'll go into this in depth. The threat of war in Liberia, the threat of chaos that trying to threaten the people. Look, it has been almost 19 years that Liberia has been peaceful. 8 or 9 of those years, we have maintained our own peace. I think UMNO drew down around 2015. By 2018, the last 606 police left Liberia. Liberia has been relatively still. The notion that every time something happened, in order to avoid accountability, people use threatening the peace to avoid accountability is wrong. Look, what we listened to today, what happened today was disgraceful. I will go into it, I know in the show, it's just our opening, but I thought it was just disturbing. And we don't need this in our body politic. There can only be one president at a time. People have to learn to respect authority. Look, one thing I admired about President Boyka, throughout President Weah tenure, it was not until the 3rd or 4th year before we even heard President Boyka speak about former President George Weah. He never mentioned him. He was never explicit about it. But for you to start very early on going after the current president, and, attacking him, as if to say there's some. Politics do not become real active until probably going towards the next thing. There's no manner of criticism will change the outcome of what happened last year. And if you look at some of the statement, and the worst thing is the former president has been feeding into some of those lies and innuendos that have been thrown out there by his party. So it's like he's still not abreast of what is going on in the country. You had your chance to prosecute.
Thank you, Fadiga. Thank you. Let me bring in our sister, Fadiga. Thank you very much. We'll go into it. The guys are coming on. We have to discuss CDC. They are calling him the president of the opposition, just for you to know. They are calling the former president for the opposition. Glennie.
Hello, everybody. It's good to be here. I listened briefly to the speech, but I wanted to read it, so I read it. I think you said we'll go into it. I think what was done today for me, in my opinion, I think I would consider it as insightful. I think the former president should not be in that role. It's been barely 6 or 7 months. Why does he feel that he has a need to come and rally his base or to come and do this? There were things that his government did in the onset. Nobody saw Ellen Johnson Sirleaf coming on and combating him and talking back and forth to him and telling him what he did right or what he did wrong. If some of these things he mentioned today, if these are things that he has observed or he has witnessed, then go to the law. What he's doing is wrong. And to now try to draw a division within our society and make it seem like you're saying he's a president for opposition and then there's a president for the people for the current for Liberia. That's divisive for me. And I don't know who his advisors are, but I would really want him to slow down. I mean, he really needs to slow down. He needs to recalibrate and start all over. The trend that he has taken right now is not going to be good for him. He needs to stop.
Okay, thank you very much, Glenn. Let me come to you. Since we are now officially starting this program, 5:05 p.m. Eastern Time, New York time, 9:05 p.m. Liberian time. I want to go to, let's talk about the president's speech. Oh, Duadu left. He's going to join us again. So let me come to Fadiga. Let's talk about President George Manuel Weah address today. We come to the appointment that was made by President Jose Yema Buaka. We talk about all the other issues, but something grabbed the mind of the Liberian people. The president, the former president, George Manuel Dato Kwakubwe Fokeklon Weah addressed the nation today. Your takeaway, Fadiga.
I think it's late for this. Look, in the last 6 years, we really wanted to hear our president speak on national issues. During the former president term, he never spoke. The only time we heard this president speak was during the State of the Nation. Other than that, we never heard this man speak on any real national issues. He never addressed the public. We never saw him holding any of his corrupt officials accountable. I'd heard him mention, I fought corruption. The very LCC, this man had the GAC report on his decks. The LACC, he brought the LACC that was there now. He didn't do nothing. And the reason here is he thought this was a susu, that if he comes there, he knew that they were coming to loot the country too, so that nobody will hold him accountable. You cannot negate accountability by putting fear in our people. The fear that we protected the peace. No, it's every Liberian responsibility to protect the peace. No one person protect the peace. It's Liberian security forces that have been manning those borders. It's Liberian security forces. Look, Omeo left from Liberia, started the drawdown in 2015. By 2016, they were out of Liberia. By 2018, the last batch left from Liberia. It has been Liberian security forces. It has been our own will and desire to have almost 3 free transition of power. Something we have not even seen in countries that are not for war. The Guinea, for example, other countries around that didn't fight war, but they have had multiple coups d'etat. Liberia have an enviable democracy. It is not there yet, but it's an envy of the sub-region because we have smooth transition of power. The person that poses a serious threat to that is this current president. The man still sees himself as president. Even in that speech, he did not even mention as former president. I don't know whether you guys noted that. Sedition on this platform refused to acknowledge the fact that President Buaka is the president. They don't mention him. I don't know whether you know, it's a coded thing in as much as some people don't see it as a big deal. I think it's very disrespectful to the current president and disrespectful to our democracy. The man still sees himself as a pseudo president. In the speech, I saw it there. He said, as president, no, as former president. So that your surrogate, look, Madam Sedi left, she left with grace. When there were opportunity for her to criticize President Weah, she didn't say anything. She was tech-led. She just, spoke in general terms. She calibrated her words very well, and she never did anything because presidents, whether ex or current, do have followers. The way you express yourself, the way you talk to them can either bring peace in the country or bring war. The threat that we saw today, I saw a speech laced with multiple threats. Multiple threats.
All right. So what Dama trying to get the speech ready, we want to say to all of you, we will dissect this speech and make sure that we give you the best. Now we're going to open the phone line. We want to ask Liberian what to make of this speech from a president. Duadu, let's come back to you.
Yeah, I think we should read the speech, to read the whole transcript, put it up to.
It's not.
Let's come to Duadu. After we do this round, we'll go into it. Duadu?
Yeah. Look, Stanton, one thing I noticed about the conversation President Weah had, I don't want to call it speech so much, it was laced with subtleties, threatening subtleties. It may appear passive, but he knew exactly what he was doing. Whoever wrote the speech for him, they knew exactly what they were doing. They are trying to get young men and women to go do their bidding for them. President Weah, there is nothing, if Honorable Bwaka start targeting people illegally, I will be the first person on this network to say it. Going through the law is now witch hunting. My people, you got to understand something. Nobody can claim witch hunt in the Republic of Liberia if they present evidence before a judge and that evidence is taken to court. This is the process. Now, you may say, oh, why are they doing this? Listen, these guys stole millions of dollars from the Liberian people. It must be prosecuted. And another thing I want to say to the country is, though, President Weah, you cannot scare the people of Liberia with, don't treat my weakness. What strength do you have you ever exhibited that we know about? There's nothing more cowardly than when you were president of the republic. You did nothing to strengthen this country. You're talking about, you talk about weakness. Look, young people don't follow President Weah. They stole their money. Samuel Eto'o and his entire family, they're living a luxurious life in Ivory Coast right now as we speak. They can probably fly anywhere. Samuel Eto'o could barely finish a 3-bedroom house in the span of 10 years, but now he got money to send his kids to private school. Where did that money come from? He must come and answer to the Liberian people. Nothing is going to scare this president from prosecuting people that cheated the Liberian people. Or I would say prosecute them fairly under the law. Anybody won't cause noise. They got security operations in the country. You bring them to heel. This is not a hard thing to do. They have to follow the law. Wendy.
I mean, I think it's true you're saying. I've like I said in my onset, the speech for me was insightful. And like you said, George Weah knows his base. He knows the people. He knows what is going to rally around them. Whoever wrote the speech, they started first with the fact that, people losing their jobs and all of those things. I think it's wrong. He needs to be able to recalibrate. He needs to work on his party, go do something better than becoming a nuisance so early in the society. For me, I think that speech today, why was it necessary? Why did he have to speak? I mean, yes, maybe Seditians want to hear him speak, but what did he want to gain? What did he intend to gain by speaking today? If you see that they're doing their government is not proceeding accordingly, or whatever they're doing is not legal, then go to the courts. But don't come and start creating chaos. What he's doing, they should even call him for questioning and ask him,
yes,
what is your intent? What did you mean by doing this? You're not president right now. If you're coming out and speaking and trying to rally a base against the government, what's your intent? So what was the purpose? And like somebody responded to him, Sisi Okpo responded to him. In short, he was like, all the many years you were in power, you didn't speak out. Why are you speaking now?
Yeah.
Why you suddenly become, you can speak, we suddenly know that you have found your voice and now you're speaking. I think prematurely, what was done today was very premature. I don't think it was warranted. I think President Weah needs to wait. If he's a democratic person and he's a person who follows the law, he needs to let the law take its course and let the government work and give them chance to do their work.
Let's stay with this speech. And let me understand you guys' position. I will start from my brother Fadiga. Fadiga, are you saying it was wrong for the president to speak, the former president to speak today?
It's never wrong for anybody to speak up. It's never wrong for the messaging and the timing of the messaging. Look, after the president spoke, let me tell you something happened. Listen to the other guys that were speaking.
Thank you.
One of the guys was speaking and said, "We are the Gen Z of Liberia. We want to carry on." What Kenyan
No, I beg you. Let's just do this thing for people.
I'm
No, brother, no. Let's allow the people to understand. I just asked you one small fair question. Let's go around the block with this. We are not many. You will speak and you will critique this conversation I was had today. I beg you, Mr.
I was just
Eduardo.
about to tell you why those kind of speak.
We will come with it. Why?
It's never wrong for anybody to speak up.
Okay, thank you,
I
Mr.
believe
Eduardo.
in free speech is just the messaging and the timing.
Mr. Eduardo, was it wrong, Mr. Eduardo?
President Weah was a former president of the country. Not only is it not was it not wrong, we should encourage the president speaking. This is not something the president should speak every single time, but he has to be measured because he has to understand he was a former president. Whatever he says carries a lot of weight, especially to a gullible society that literally swallows everything. His follower now, the sedition swallow everything he says. And Fadiga is right. Listen to the guys after former President Weah spoke. Threatening people, we are ready. I'm a general. This is nonsense. Don't put yourselves in trouble. No war coming back to that country.
Okay, so Glennie left. Fadiga, let's come back to you. Your argument here now, and we'll go to the Liberian people that will speak, and they will give us the reason as to how they embrace the former president's speech. We need to do that. We have so many stories coming your way. Please share our program and come and join us. Let's have a wonderful show tonight. Today is the last day of July. We want us to engage each other on different topics relating to the country. Fadiga, why do you think it was wrong for the president to speak today?
So I didn't say it was wrong. I just said the kind of message. I knew that it would have exploded like this. What that speech did today, it was inciting. It incited a lot of young sedition into, it's like inciting violence. And you want to know what is going on in the psyche, listen to the effect of the speech. Right after the speech, there were young people trying to copycat what happened in Kenya. There's the downside to that thing. It's not going to happen because there isn't any public buying. There's no iota of truth in what they are saying. The current president made up a lot of stories. One example, he talked about 22 million used for road. Not 22 million were used for Dusty Road. The people are happy. Even Senator Zoe Penno of Grand Jide, who supported the president, said we're happy with our road. So you cannot lie or politicize something like that. However, they are trying to get other opposition, other people to buy in, to carry on serious subversion in the country as to disrupt what is going on right now because they are no longer in power. That was the message they put. No, you have to listen to those dog whistles.
Okay.
And when you listen to what was coming out of the president is that we're gonna strike back if you dare come after us. A cover grade made those threats. So what that speech did today, I would never say the president should speak. He can speak or he can give all the speeches he wants. The fact of the matter here is they want to change a very good or legitimate process. They want to politicize it so that it ends in chaos and people are not held accountable.
Okay. All right.
Let me say this. It is incumbent upon this government now to exercise maximum restraint and allow the law to take its course. Those that want to bring violence, I don't think anybody should not arrest them to save the peace. What brings about saving the peace is holding people accountable. The lack of holding.
Thank you, Fadiga. We gotta go now. We gotta go. Yeah, thank you. We're gonna welcome Mohammed to the show, and we're gonna welcome Uncle Sam Jackson for also have a very interesting conversation today with our Liberian people. Eduardo, the president should speak, but what he said, blank. Talk to us.
No, I mean, like I said, the president has to be measured because he's not just an ordinary person. The former president should be measured in what he says. Everything he does say carries a lot of weight, and I want you to measure those weight. But I think the president's intention, if you listen to the speech, if you read the speech, the entire intention was to incite violence in the country. And that should be said. This should be discouraged. And you have to understand this. The state has a responsibility to keep peace in the country. If you cross a line that is illegal, is going to destabilize the country, the security arm of the country have to ensure there is law and order in the country. So you have to understand that. Don't allow these boys to fool you. Let President Weah himself get out there and do whatever he wants. Let the Akara Grace of the world. Let it go by and run around. Mambe, Uncle Sam, you're welcome to the show, y'all.
Okay, go ahead. Talk to us, Mambe. Again, we're already into the program. You and Uncle Sam, first topic right now is former President George Weah's speech. Talk to us.
Thank you. It's good to be here. I mean, greetings to the viewers, people watching by TV, radio, and other means. It's good to be here. I will speak first to the government. Calm down. To the supporters of the administration and the rescue team, calm down. To the prosecutors and the Ministry of Justice people, everybody you indict, if they are entitled to criminal appearance bond, do not try to play around the process. Give them a criminal appearance bond. Let it go and come back to the court. Everything that is entitled to them under the law, ensure those rights are protected. If they come to the court and they're supposed to be taken to prison, you don't have to get army people hitting them. Quietly, even you put them in a jeep, a decent car. They put what her name, Musu's car, and other people in the back of the pickup. Put them somewhere and take them to prison quietly. The reason why I'm saying this is because CDC is looking for an entry point for violence. They are searching for an entry point. What situation can they capitalize on to create political violence and shift the attention from a purely legal case to a political case? That is the moment they're looking for. Don't give it to them. Don't give it to them. The statement by President, that's why they took Weah out, because they wanted his voice. That's why they took him out and brought him. Before Weah could come out, you listen to somebody talking about coup day before yesterday. They posted on their page that there will be another Sudan, there will be another place. Everything they're doing now is to create a condition where they can find an entry point to move into violence, because that's what they know and that's what they are best at doing. So Unity Party should not give them the reason to do so. To the president's statement, like everybody said here, it was only intended to incite young people. But this is what I see when he talked about witch hunt. You came to power, you also arrested people and took them to jail. You investigated them. We saw the central bank staff that you arrested and you took to jail. President Salif's son, Mills Jones, President Salif's son, Charles Salif the late, peace be to his ashes, and the rest of the other guys. We saw cases that you took to court. Nobody called it witch hunt. The other reports that the government is acting on are audits that you initiated. Those conducting the audits are people you appointed. Nobody is witch hunting. So stop this story about witch hunt. To seditions. Lastly, Weah and his people led the country for 6 years under the theory that it will transform your life. You see the amount of money, forget about the quote. You see the amount of money these people took, withdrawing over 100 million on the counter in cash because they don't want trace in check. They spend the money on themselves, empower their relatives and friends, and they left you poor. Akara will take thousands of dollars organize engagement in Ivory Coast and Welling in France. They not invite you there. He lives in luxury, and the name goes on. They kept you in the condition so they can be able to use you anytime. Shine your eyes. We'll talk more, but it's just a caution to you. This other thing is an opportunity for you. When it is successful today, 3 years from now, those in government now, if they steal, they will also be indicted, take the money from them and invest it in the people. or it will even make them afraid to want to steal. But if we politicize it and it's poor, the next government account will steal from you. The next one account will steal from you. You will remain poor. So support it because it serves as a deterrence for the other people to not steal from you. They got their millions. You did not eat some. Do not allow yourself to be used as a shield to protect them.
Thank you very much, Mame. Thank you very much. Uncle Sam, welcome to the show. Again, we'll be balancing this conversation with our folks listening to us. We'll open the phone line. People will have to come in and participate because this too is their program. Uncle Samuel Jackson, please, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, guys, and hello, guys. Look, the only people who are scared are the people, the Unity Party people. The Liberian people are very cool, they're very chill. I'm here in Monrovia. No one is asking for insurrection. Nobody is running around and saying all kinds of crazy stuff. It's the Unity Party that did crazy stuff when the chairman of the party was being arrested for disable mining Big Ball 1 and Big Ball 2 in Mustway. Leader of the youth wing obstructed. They went to Vani Sherman's house in their hundreds and obstructed the arrest of Vani Sherman. No one has gone to the courthouse. No one has obstructed the arrest of anyone. No one is calling for any violence. I think President Weah's speech today was angry but measured, considering the circumstances. There are dozens and dozens of other reports. You're talking about the people who stole for 12 years, and they put that back in power again. But President Weah, he knows the contours and the innards of the Liberian society. So he said, we'll protect Madam Salif and her children. It's only when the $16 billion came out with the controversy and people were asking for accountability, that's when President Weah, based upon, I think, the Crow report, arrested Charles Salif. But you saw the kind of a compassionate leave that was given to Charles and others. So it's not the CDC that is calling for violence. It is the Unity Party that is afraid of its own shadow. Nobody's calling for violence. Everybody is trying to coexist. The only people who don't want to coexist are the Unity Party. You won the election. You can prosecute who all you want. And why are you afraid? Why are you sounding this clarion call? People will go in the street. People will do this, people will do this. I mean, this is what you would do, but we're not going to do that. We're going to be very measured. We're going to stay right here. We have investments in this country. We are stakeholders. We are the original inhabitants of this country. Market women, children. Like my mother was a market woman. And villagers, children. We're not going to upset the peace in this country. The people who brought the war in this country were most of the Unity Party, Mrs. Salif. She financed that war. She kicked the bucket of the War Economic Crime Court. 12 years she was in power with 17,000 armed troops here. She didn't bring no WECC, War Economic Crime Court. She didn't do that. Okay, she kicked it to Mr. Weah. And Mr. Weah, in 6 years, he felt it was an obligation to try to stabilize the economy that had been wrecked by the United Party, by the illogical printing of the $16 billion and all the other things that they did. And the banking system today in this country has more liquidity than it did in 2017. That's just a fact. The economy is larger than it was in 2017. There are more children in school today, university, than in 2017. Liberia is a safer, more liberal democracy. We surrender power. People who want to engage in violence don't surrender power. We didn't say here in 2023 that if Baka loses the election, there'll be no Liberia. We didn't say that. So just stop this fear mongering. Please, we hold your foot. We will be here. We'll see the end of this. They will be judged by the jurors of their peer. And in a bench trial with a judge, it will happen. No one is going to upset the peace in this country. So my Liberian people, they're not my anymore. Nobody bringing war to this country because some people are being arrested. That's also a lie they're telling. As usual, they overpromise and under-deliver, and they just fear-mongering again because they have nothing good to offer you. That's why they're doing all this fear-mongering. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Glennie,
What a very interesting pivot.
Glennie, speak, talk to us.
A very interesting pivot that would come from Uncle Sam, who is supposed to
Now you're going to attack me again. Just leave me alone.
I'm responding. I'm not attacking you.
Glennie, wait.
No, but I don't want this thing to be. This is not an interaction here. I mean, state your opinion. Leave me alone. State your opinion. Leave me alone.
Uncle Sam, please.
Yeah.
Uncle Sam, please. We begging you, please. We are not.
I'm gonna beg him to leave me alone.
No, can I speak? Uncle Sam, can I speak?
Yeah, go ahead, speak.
Thank you. We are not enemies, okay? We will have to interact. When she call your name or in the chat room, you're praising this woman, yellow woman, you talking sweet to talk. We come on the show, she's opposite your opinion. Allow her to speak by calling your name.
She can do that. She can disagree with my opinion.
You don't want anybody on the show to call your name?
I don't want you to attack me for what I'm saying. Just basically counter what I'm saying.
But what is the attack? To call your name attack? To call your name attack?
Glennie, wait, please. Glennie, can you please speak past calling his name? Let's have a good show, please.
But if Samuel Jackson is not able to interact with people, then he shouldn't be here. Because there will be times that we will have to interact with one another, whether we agree or disagree.
The man say he on the show and caught Chamberlain for you. Just say the bass up, papi.
I said the man who was standing behind Samuel door after the coup. The man was standing right behind Samuel door after the coup. The Eddie came to Samuel door after 1980.
And Joseph Walker was the major in the PRC. Joseph Walker was the major in the PRC.
Very interesting pivot for such a man.
Uncle Sam, you know what? Uncle Sam, you know what? It's so hard. It's so hard to
go. Let's go.
And we're backing you. You have to give them the chance to speak. Yeah, if you interrupt, you pull us way back. The people want to
interrupt me too.
No, she didn't. Let she speak. We're backing you.
Go ahead, Glennie. Go ahead. Talk about Joe Walker and the PRC. Go ahead. I'm waiting.
Go ahead, Glennie.
I want to speak directly to the man who was standing behind Samuel Doe right after the coup. The 88 camp to Samuel Doe, who can come here with a lot of Liberian people listening and try to pivot and use words and try to deviate from the topic. And what is interesting is for him to even describe what George Weah government did to Charles Sirleaf as passionate. I don't understand that. You grab the people, you hold them. Is that what you do to people? Is that how you passionately treat people? And you're trying to make it seem like George Weah, like former President Weah, was like, oh, we're not J, y'all. We're just doing this for Flaka J and doing this. Are you kidding me? We have to be balanced and we have to be fair. When things are wrong, we should condemn it. When they are right, we should say it. And I don't even understand. It's like you're saying we got to be able to move from partisan politics because we want a better Liberia. We got to do that. If we continue to say, oh, this is not a Yosa, that's a passionate, very nice picture, I would think, that George Weah did to the former president's son. Oh, what a beautiful picture. It's how the man who was standing behind Samuel Doe wants to describe this. That they were so kind to Sirleaf who couldn't even see, who had trouble seeing. That they put him in jail, that will sit on this platform now and say, oh, Weah didn't do that. So because Weah didn't do that, this other president should not do that. No. If people are caught in the act of doing wrong things, they should bear the full weight of the law. And like I said before, President Weah needs to step aside. It is too early for him to be coming out and talking. He's a citizen. He can talk whatever. But when you're coming out right now as an immediate former president, then you must also be able to allow the people to come and contrast your government and how weak and the worst government in the history since I've been born that I know of. That only a certain amount of people were able to benefit and enjoy the fabric of the Liberian society. So we can't come here to, when speaking truth to power means to say you have to look at things and call it out. Wrong is wrong. If President Weah feel what Joe Biden government is doing is against the law, go to court. Go to court. What that speech today was insightful, and President Weah knows it, and whoever wrote it for him, they know it. They know what they were trying to do. They were trying to play in their base to be able to rally people to get out there to go and cause chaos, and that needs to stop. And we will speak against it, whether the man sitting by Samuel Doe wants to hear me or not.
Thank you, Glenda.
And then after that, we're talking.
Thank you. Let's say this, folks. We are all professional. We're going to speak. I don't think we should restrict our talking point. Again, you know I love you, Uncle Sam. We'll call your name. You can call my name, but please do not interrupt. The Liberian people got to go home with something. We are all adult. There will be no way we tell somebody to say, don't call my name, just talk. No. But let me come back to this issue. Here's the bigger picture. Everybody on Facebook running with this. Voila. Charles Salif, Milton Weeks, Uncle Sam best friends. He know them. There you go. Some call order jail. Uncle Sam know him. 12 years as defense minister. There you go. The Salif again. Breaking news of the Moravia City Court. Sent Charles Salif, Milton Weeks, and Double Hagba to jail for not being able to post 5.29 billion bond. There you go, LD, by the way. There's the most famous and sweetest picture Uncle Sam is talking about. PSU escorting Charles Salif in handcuff. Ladies and gentlemen, let's talk Liberia. Let's think Liberia. Is this presentation tonight? It's good for you. Let us know. But one thing I want to say also, now you have seen the photo. I want us to, Duaru and Fatiga make a very excellent point here. And these are some of the things they're talking about. Let's listen to the presidential aide, the former president aide, Kalasco.
From everything President Weah said, we were on Pacific Carrasco speaking about President Weah's speech. In our country of what we are experiencing as a country. Like he said, he considered Mr. Weah. And Mr. Weah now is using the situation to overstep his bound by violating the laws of our country, by witch hunting his political opponent, by doing things that are counterproductive to the peace and stability of our country. So the political leaders of the CDC has given us a marching order, and that marching order is to resist Joseph Lima Boakai in the attempt. Are you prepared to resist it? We are 100% prepared to resist Mr. Boakai's speech, because we gotta believe that the comportment of Mr. Boakai could derail the peace process of our country is counterproductive to the survival of our state. You are right beside the president. Do you?
So let me come to you, and then I'll go to Mambe and Fatiga. Listen, that's the message out there. Mm-hmm. That's the message. I can play all of them. Allow me to add this one. Allow me to add this one. Allow me to play this one, Mr. Dualu. Let's play this one.
General Wesley Zulu. From where?
Ex-General in the Republic of Liberia. As far as I'm concerned, we remain peaceful as CDC.
Ex-General of the Armed Forces of Liberia?
Ex-General of the Revolution of Liberia.
Oh, Revolution. Yeah. We very fashion, sir.
So as far as I'm concerned, we remain peaceful and we decide for our judge we are. We've been keeping the power with us. But it don't mean that brother have to overlook us.
But you have to hold the power for the rest of your life.
Yeah, we can hold the power the rest of our life, but even in the power, we give power out. In the power, people do not give power like that. When they told the man that the king was coming to bomb.
I just don't want to end what they are saying. So many of them of the Dwaru. Here we are. President Weah just stirred the water. It's boiling. Are we there yet, Dwaru?
Senator, you know when you get a used car salesman, a position that he ordinarily would not be in, this is the kind of nonsense you hear from the likes of Kalasco. Let me dispel this myth. President Weah did not give away power. The people of the Republic voted him out of power. He had no choice. He did not do any favor for the Liberian people. Don't let anybody look. CTG keep repeating the thing. We gave up power. So easy that nobody can give up power. You did not give up anything. You had no choice. You were voted out of power. Democracy rule. Don't tell me about this nonsense about, oh, if we wanted the whole power, we could have seized power. That's a lie. Look, you see this, the guys, it's been 6 months. 6 months. Within the span of 6 months, 95% of those local ones, the money we're feeding. They want to work and leave the country. That's my better than what you Minnesota. We call it no need. They will leave the country because they cannot stay in the country. And the women that still have it, they will live in mansion in Dubai, in the Ivory Coast, everywhere else. And then they will go back to these young men, and take advantage of them and saying, we are prepared for anything. This is a threat to the Republic. And I hope, what's his name, Coleman is paying attention. Because this
thank you. Let me bring you in Fadika, then we'll go to Mame, then we'll bring Asido and Okusem to speak. Fadika, a lot of service out there. People are shooting the president. They're calling the opposition president right now. That's the name they are calling him. He's saying, rise up. Don't sleep no more. Don't hold the Bible. Let's go. We are going for battle. Fadika, what say you?
You see, the funny thing about this battle here is it's a lonely battle. We saw, they keep mentioning coalition. There shouldn't be any coalition anymore. The coalition has split. They didn't handle their side of the backing. That was another one we'll talk another day. So there is a lonely battle. It's wishful thinking. They wish that the rest of the opposition will join them. But the history of opposition in Liberia, it won't be until the second or third year or very close to the election before you see any of those other guys getting actively involved. The CDC and the president, ex-former president, out of desperation, is trying to expedite the process. But there isn't any buy-in yet for the rest of the opposition. Look, Staton, what we saw today, like I said earlier, it was predicted. These guys will do everything to carry on subversion in this country if we are not mindful. You look, and one of the things, I don't know whether you notice it, this young man said he's from Model. Who was accused of supporting Model? I won't say that, but Stanton, you know the history books have always been saying it. That Model, some of those guys supported Model, and you know who that is. So to hear that guy, either it's coincidence or some of his people.
Why are you limited? Call name. We are on Spoon Talk. I mean, I don't know who you're talking
about.
The
former president. I'm not. I just don't want to. I don't have to say the former president. But what I'm saying is, if you listen to the guy, either or just a wild coincidence, or hey, guys are in town. And, you know.
So listen, this thing, because during the election, we said that some former ex-combatant, they were stationed all over in the country. And Dualu is right. President Joseph Yima Bwaka won this thing because the people said we'll vote for you. Joe Manawea didn't wake up one morning and say, okay, let me get it to the President Bwaka. No, that's an error. That's not true. But let's talk about the speech. Let's talk about now the reaction. Let's talk about the Moses Akara's grace saying we will impeach the president. Now he's holding for that thing, Kofa feet to the fire. If you don't impeach the president, we'll remove you as speaker because we got a majority. And before you even go there, let's see the setting. Let's see the formation of today. We will come to the functioning of President Joseph Yima Bwaka and what is happening today at the central bank and other places. But let's stick with this speech a little bit. I want us to play something here. I want us to play the former president when he said we will resist. Resist what? Let's listen.
The president again showed to the nation that he is not the man who respects the rule of law, who he sought to illegally remove the governor of the Central Bank of Liberia in clear violation of the act creating said institution. The Unity Party can be assured that the CDC will use all legal and political means at its disposal to resist this move to weaponize the country's judicial system to its selfish advantage. Yes, Mr. Bwaka, the action to politicize justice will be resisted and resisted strongly.
The former president referring to the current president as Mr.
Guys, can we mute? We get a bad feedback, please.
Really?
Thank you. Let everybody mute. We'll get to you. We're coming to Mame. Then Uncle Sam, can you mute? We'll come to you after then, Asido. More welcome to the show. We'll get to you soon. Mame, there you go. The president said we'll resist. It's a direct order, though. Talk to us, Mame.
Over 50-year-old man allowing himself to be used by people who are looking for a job and money. Like just what you saw on display there. Why you allow people use you like that? You are former president of the country. And you allow people use you to author statement against a purely legal process and talking about resisting. Quote unquote, use the legal process. But like everybody said here, I'm not really disappointed that he allowed himself to be used.
Who using him? Who using him? The man was a former president. What do you mean he allowed himself to be used? Who using him?
Used.
By who?
He's being used by people who feel the only way they can survive is to work in government. He said it. He doesn't want to be president. People use him because they wanted to get something. The same group of people, additional added on them, still want to use him. So they're not even using him for campaigning for political office. They're using him to spin out voice of violence in the country. That's what they're using him for.
This is a president. This is the ambassador, the peace ambassador that was awarded hundreds of thousands of dollars. This is the peace ambassador that CDC champion said he disarmed people. He went to refugee camp. Madam Sadi gave me a lot of money. Are you saying he's no longer peace ambassador, Mambe? Talk to us. We got to go.
Whether he's peace ambassador, I'm saying he's old enough. He reached the highest seat in the land to allow himself to be used as a talking machine for violence. Nobody in CDC could issue the statement and say we'll resist it. You have to bring the former president and put him on a podium to issue threat about violence because they want to use his voice. But this is what they will meet. The United Party government will say here to you, be calm. All the threats are baseless. It will go nowhere. What they're doing is they want to provoke you. So you go arrest somebody for terroristic threat, then the whole thing leads from a legal case to arrest the person and put them in jail. Don't arrest anybody on that basis. Pay attention to the code. Pay attention to the code. We will tell seditions. We will tell ordinary Liberians. Some of them will follow him. We agree. It's obvious. But they will not move an inch of the peace in our country. They cannot.
Thank you.
Because the majority of the people who should have followed them are the people who they abandoned. What you did, you took money, you organized parties, you go have your wedding in France.
Thank you very much. We'll come back to you. The show is on fire. I want us to use our time wisely. I'm begging you. I'm going to go to Asedo, Uncle Seb, then Mo Adi joining us briefly. He will address other issues that brought him in on the show. On the direct issue of the president, the former president's speech, and the appointment made by President Jose Yima Boakai, the gentleman Heron Samoa to head Central Bank of Liberia. We will be going into this issue all the way, 100%. Ladies and gentlemen, wherever you find yourself, share our show, please. Wherever you find yourself, go on Facebook right now. Just click share. Go on your page. Just click share. Go on YouTube. Go on Instagram. Let's have a wonderful show because today you will be on Spoon Talk. We will share the link to hear from you. My brother Asedo, talk to us.
Yeah. Hi to everyone. It's good to be back. So when you listen to No Talks, you wonder where people are. So listen, Liberia has had bad past. Over many years, Liberia fought wars. A lot of issues went wrong. President Boakai has served the Liberian government all of those years where we had all of the problems. What this tells you, President Boakai is a semblance of destruction for the fact that we know of his dealings with the Lofa Defense Force, and President Weah is the semblance of peace because we know of his part played for the disarmament process of our country doing when he served as president. Let me end.
I want you to adjust your microphone. I'm not hearing you. Maybe that's me, please.
All right, let me come on. Maybe you want me to start again. I can start. You see, you don't hear me.
No. Continue. I just want you to increase your volume, please.
Okay. So President Boakai has a history with the Lofa Defense Force and has a history with all of the destructions of our country. On the other hand, President Weah is a man that symbolizes peace by his dealings in our country, being involved in the disarmament processes, and even being appointed as peace ambassador by the former boss of President Weah. It was on that basis that President Weah graded the Salif government 85% only for keeping the peace that he himself led. Very few days ago, President Weah spoke at the Independence Day celebration. Not even a fly had any time to sit anywhere to discuss what President Weah said. President Weah spoke today. We are on Spoon Talk with hours discussing what President Weah said. It tells you a lot you need to know. The real commander of the people's voice is President Weah. That's why we are here sitting to discuss what he said. And let me again express my thanks and appreciation to the National Legislature, who have agreed in part to remove President Weah from the office through impeachment due to his abuse of power and a lot of things that he has been doing against the Constitution. We know today that President Weah gave a blind eye to the rule of law that President Weah spoke of, where he illegally removed temporarily the governor of the central bank. We all know by precedent that the Supreme Court of Liberia once ruled in a case involving the NPL bill and the Liberian Senate that suspension also equals removal, though temporarily. All of these, President Weah spoke to, re-energizing the base of Liberians to get ready in the fight for democracy. And I can show you one thing, the president's speech today got to the soul of the nation, that people from Newtown, from West Point, from Douala, from Pinsville, from Maryland to Lofa got re-energized, that they are ready to stand up against tyranny, against bad governance, against disrespect for the rule of law, to tell the government that Liberia will not be a country as a farmland for anybody. Thank God we are discussing President Weah's speech, unless President Weah that nobody cared to discuss on. Let's hope we can have more to say.
Thank you very much, Asido. You know what? I'm going to bring you Mo Ali before Uncle Sam speak. Uncle Sam, you won't go before Mo Ali?
Doesn't matter. You own the show.
No, we own the show. No, we own the show. But let me bring in Mo Ali.
I want to talk, but you want to give it to Mo Ali so you can water my team down. You can water my team down. That's okay. I agree. I accept.
Okay, hold on, Mo Ali. Let Uncle Sam go ahead. Uncle Sam, go ahead, please. Mo will come after.
I mean, I hope the array woman will listen to me, because I am a proud revolutionary. Oh, there she is. I am a proud revolutionary.
Cynthia, did you hear he describe me as Ray woman? That's an insult. He should not describe me like he knows my name. You know better. You know better.
You were addressing, Glenny.
You were addressing. Okay. I'm a proud revolutionary who on April 12, 1980 was spring from prison. I'm a disciple of Bacchus Matthews. I'm a disciple of Henry Burma family. I'm a disciple of Tobana Tipotep. I'm a disciple of the people, the populist revolution that overthrew the 133 years old oligarchy. And that the oligarchy, they want to rise to power again to the neoconservatives, they will be decapitated. So let's just get that very clear. On the other hand, Joe Boyka was a major in the PRC. He spent more time with Samuel Doe than I did. So let Mr. Joe Boyka explain his presence in army uniform in 1980. But let's get to the reality of today. Look, Liberian people, don't be afraid. Nobody going to start no trouble in Liberia. The people, they are afraid of their own shadows. They're afraid of market women children. They're afraid of villagers. When we speak, it fears them because we're in a majority. We're in a majority. But they are in power because this is a democracy. And sometimes in a democracy, power can shift. power has shifted to them, but they don't know how to handle that power. So they are misusing that power. And because they're misusing that power, look at their faces. Look at their faces, they're scared. Look at their heartbeat. It's faster than ever before. What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of, my people? The people in Gaeta are sleeping very quietly right now. The people in Hutan are sleeping. The people in Zogawi are sleeping. That the people who in the political elite then are scared because they think they have what? Injure the people. No, you haven't. Take us to court. The court system not for dogs, and not for animals, for human beings. We will not be like y'all that when we're trying to arrest your party chairman, Vani Sherman, y'all went to a house, y'all obstructed the peace of Liberia. If this country would have easily, grown into tatters that day. But we will not do that. We will accept your insults. We accept your inequitable justice system. And President Weah said, we will use the political and legal means. That's what he said. That was the first words out of his mouth. And you can play that tape again. He said we use the legal and political means, but we will resist. So if that resist that won't scare you, that's your business. Then you maybe need to wear some trousers or get some big drawers. But we will be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's go to Muhammad Ali. Mo, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Stanton. So the first thing, and thank you for having me on. The first thing I would like to add to which you people have said is this false and bloated notion that we are give up power. Whoever carrying that notion, they need to see the psychiatrist. We did not give up power. The CDC did not give up power. We whipped them and we recover, we retrieve our country from gangs of rogues, of people who know nothing about power. They were given the opportunity. The only thing they did was to loot this country. They gang raped this country, according to Martin Colley, which I agree with. And let me tell you all of these things, Stanton. Their noise is a way of corruption fighting back. They sat down in their closet and went and strategized. They say, you know what, let's go cause noise. Then they will get afraid. They will not carry people to court. You lie. That distraction this time around, it will not work. You can go and have all of Mr. Weah, like he can have press conference every day for the next 1 year. Those who supposed to go to court will go to court. If the court finds you guilty, you will serve a penalty. That fear tactics is intended to distract people. Oh, you know, President Baka, he was with Samuel Kedo. Those are the records we pride ourselves on. Those are the records the Liberian people dug into. But this man worked with Samuel Kedo and came out very clean. We will vote him as president. Oh, Joe Baka, what we learn, he will never defend for Omer. History fail you in school, history fail you in university, history failing you in real life. You sit down in America, you eat burger, you jump on, you say, President Weah for the people in Nukutan, the people in Lofa. That way of distracting us from fighting corruption will never happen again in this country. And I will carry you back to our 2023 July 12th speech that Ambassador Baka gave. I just want to read one paragraph from that speech to tell you that this man has been placed to fight corruption. You read the first paragraph of that speech. It says, fellow Liberians, one of the primary objectives of my administration, starting from day one as president of Liberia, will be to tackle corruption head on. The cancer is eating up the country and it must be faced with the utmost brutality. That brutality we will face corruption with. Sam Jassy can like he can talk. Ase don't like he can talk. Mr. Weah like he can have press conference. Carrasco like they let them go gather all the law and model former fighters. They gather them at their CDC headquarters. We're not even talk to you. The folks ought to go to court for corruption. They will go to court. They ought.
Okay, we hope that more Adi can adjust. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not taking phone call right now. My phone is going crazy.
Tomorrow, if I am corrupt, they will prosecute me. And the thing I like about this center is the fact that this is going to serve as a warning to all of us who are in government. After 3 years, GAC will audit again. They will audit all these institutions. When you had the opportunity to
All right, we'll come back to more because we have to do this. Let me play President Weah when he won the election. 20. Yes, Mama.
I still have to respond to the real woman.
No, ma'am, sister, put it on me.
No, I have to respond to
you
the real
will.
woman.
When I get to you, put it on me.
When you get to me, I will make sure to respond
when
to
I
the
get to
real
you.
woman.
We are not going to associate show. The Liberian people enjoying us. I beg you, Glenny, you real woman. Let me add my own there too. So respond to all of honor. Let me play this one right
For
quick.
those who do not refrain from enriching themselves at the expense of the people, the law will take their course. I say today that you will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law.
Make no mistake. I think Joseph Yumabwaga is in any error. I'm going to start with Mr. Dwalu Fadika. Let's do another round on this.
Yes.
President, the former president, George Weah speaking. It's just only 26 seconds. I want to play this again.
Yeah.
Make no mistake. He said it. He called for it. He said it will happen. And my fellow Liberians, I want you to listen to this. The former president, George Weah.
For those who do not refrain from enriching themselves at the expense of the people, the law will take their course. I say today that you will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law.
Let's fast forward today. Mr. Dwadu, hold on. When you talk about cherry picking, let's just fast forward today then. The president when he was coming in and the president when he's out.
And security. The CDC-led administration remains proud of its record. We preserve the peace, security, and welfare of the country even during the raging COVID-19 pandemic. And at times when the security of the state was at stake. I'm also deeply proud of my record as a president, particularly my unwavering respect for the rule of law and my relentless fight against corruption. You may recall that during my presidency, we advanced the fight against corruption on many fronts, including granting the Liberian Anti-Corruption Commission LACC direct prosecutory powers, which is critical to the fight against corruption. To sustain and further advance this fight, we should not allow anyone.
I'm going to skip right to Madam Salif, guys. Will come in, please. Let's just play this few seconds of Madam Salif when she was speaking against corruption.
Well, this has been a time-bound issue for Liberia. We have continued to address it. We have not been successful totally. I know we tried sometimes to put in the systems. We try to make sure that prevention is better than cure by making sure that we talk about what it takes for honesty, how corruption undermines nations' progress. We sometimes are surprised at how deep it is sometimes right around us in our own settings, in our own groupings, in our own organizations. But it's a fight that we must continue. Any effort that exposes it, any effort that addresses it to punishment are all part of what it takes to address this. But we must go further than that. We must start in the schools. We must.
So there you have it. I'm going to bring more. And more, I finish up. I'm going to go to Mr. Dwyer because your internet took you off. So finish up, Mo.
Yeah, so I was saying, for anyone to think that you will sit on the street or have press conference 24 hours to deter us from going after corrupt people, you're joking. And I said also, because it is also stated in that Joe Barker speech, we who are in government, it should be a deterrence to us. Because Joseph Barker made clear, when you are caught in the web, we'll go after you. You just listen to President Sirleaf. You listen to former President Weah. What makes you think that when they're going after corrupt people, then it's witch hunt? When you yourself in your own inaugural speech say you will fight corruption, but the reason why they could not fight, I was spokesman of the Unity Party and we called on the CDC government to audit our government. They refused, and Stanton, the single most reason why they refused is because they took on government with the intent of looting from day one. We don't intend to loot. If we intend, Joseph Barker does not have that intention of looting. And so Joseph Barker will go after whoever is corrupt. Now you're talking about people flaunting law. As a though President Weah should be ashamed to even say those words. This is a man who supported the illegal, unconstitutional removal of a justice court for taking a decision as a justice. This is a man who was everywhere against the law. They can sit down and say they're going after civil servant. Nobody is going after anybody. We are going in accordance with the law. Nobody went outside the law to arrest anybody. Joseph Barker did not order the arrest of anybody. The court ordered the arrest of people who are alleged to have been corrupt. And if these people know what they want, go to the court. Don't let Samuel Jackson sit down on the radio and fool you. Don't let Isaac Doe sit down here and fool you. Go to the court and exonerate yourself. You will celebrate tomorrow if you clear your own name.
Thank you very much, Ali. I know you're going to hang on. Again, guys, we'll open the phone line early. This is big. This is one of the biggest so far. We want to say thanks to all of you that are sharing our program. I am saying that we're almost 700 shared tonight because, again, everybody have to be part of the show. Mr. Dwalu, you listen, we'll be playing President Bouaka on a take on corruption. We got that clip coming up. You listen to former President Madam Sirleaf. You listen to former President George Manuel Weah. You listen to everything people are saying on the one. He said, we're champion this thing. Let's hear you, Fadika, Mame, Sister Glenny. Then we'll come back again downstairs for the rest of the guys to join. And then we'll go to the phone line. We'll send the link. Everybody will come on and say the 2 cents today. Mr. Dwalu and the people talk to us.
Stanton, look, a beautiful summation by MD Ali. This is what it is. But I have a question for you guys. Why would anybody oppose transparency and accountability? What's the rationale behind it? Even President Weah himself, let me paraphrase what he said. Anywhere there is corruption, we're going to prosecute it. We will go after you wherever you are. This is coming from the mouth of former President Weah himself. President Weah agrees with President Bouaka. President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf promotes the same thing. Look, everybody's been saying the same thing. Honorable Bouaka has decided to couple the speech with action, something we've been yearning for in this country for decades. It is necessary. Look, no rational person who wants to see the forward march of Liberia is going to oppose accountability. There is no witch hunt here, my people. Asking for the people's money and asking Fatima to account for her stewardship is not witch hunting. It is governance done right. And doing government right benefits all of us. Why should anybody believe that when the government takes a paperwork, you give me and Sumala, you give me $3,000, but I can only show $1,000. They ask me what the other $2,000 is in that equation. That doesn't make sense. President Weah agrees with President Boykai. President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf agrees with President Boykai. Every rationalist thinking Liberian agrees with President Boykai. Accountability is the order. We must develop. And President Boykai, please keep your foot on the pedal at full speed. Do it legally, expeditiously, but let's get Liberia right. And I think we're on the right path here, Stanton.
Thank you very much, my brother Eduardo. Thanks very much for observing the time. Let me count on my brother UJ Fadiga. Talk to us, UJ.
Stanton, the CDC came to power. They had all the other reports to review and prosecute. They got in unholy reunion with the former president Sirleaf, and they chose not to prosecute. And the sole intention of that was because they thought they were joining a Susu club that somebody one day will free them as well. President Boykai is not that person. Sorry. Yeah, the wrong person for you guys became president, because he said on day one, we ran a campaign on this, that we were going to hold people accountable. Barely 6 months, something that you should have done instead of bulldozing your homes and everything and were accumulating wealth. That was something you should have done in the first 6 months. You didn't do it. The second thing here is there is a statute of limitation with prosecuting. You had no intention. The 5-year statute of limitation have elapsed. What law do you expect the LSCC or the GAC to use to prosecute those people? The people elected you to do one job, one simple job. Hold other people accountable, at the same time, make their life better. But you didn't do it. You said you would protect Madam Sirleaf. You said Madam Sirleaf was something. You wanted to expect that Madam Sirleaf was corrupt when you did not do anything about it. So you cannot dictate to this government on how to proceed. President Boykai is the president now. He's going to proceed however he wants within the confines of the law, based on everything. One of the things that is said in our reading, he listed 6 points. One of the last one that I was just looking at was the foreign people that was put in the foreign service, and then he mentioned something about civil servant. You bloated the payroll. You could have put some of these people on payroll as actual employee. You didn't do that. You kept them to use them as tools for your political campaign. You didn't put them on salary. You bloated the deal with ghost names. You pile up a bunch of people in your girlfriends and family members in the foreign service so that you can tie this government hand. That was evil. Not only did you do evil to your own people, you did evil to the country because you want to strangulate the next government. And he said, oh, do it now, because you know what? You are using these people as a weapon against the next administration. That is
Thank
wrong,
you, brother.
illegal, and that was heartless.
Thank you, Fatiga. Thank you. We're going to go to Glenn. Glenn, talk to us now.
So, hello, everybody. Hello, Fatima. Let me just say here, when you have someone who is 9 years, my father, had he been alive, would be 80 years old. Samuel Jackson is 71. Describes himself as a proud revolutionist or revolutionary. I would hope that a proud revolutionary would not be someone sitting on a platform with me that's almost 30 years older than I am. I would hope that the proud revolutionary will be someone I will have an opportunity to go to and ask for advice and seek wise words from. I will hope a proud revolutionary will not be someone who will come on a platform with women who are old enough to be his daughters and describe them in derogatory comments. That's unacceptable. As old as Samuel Jackson is, that is totally unacceptable. When someone gives you respect and he constantly speaks about my dad and how my dad loved him and respect him, I will assume that he will give me that respect, that due respect. So if he's able to speak to any other woman that way, I'm not the one. I'm not the one to be described as a Ray woman. You know my name. I have a name. So when you speak to me or off me next time, Please use my name if you want me to continue to respect you. Thank you. But let me just say this. Like I said already before in my opening, what President Weah did today was insightful. Whoever wrote that speech knew exactly what they were doing. They were trying to play into a base to galvanize people to go out there and to cause chaos. It needs to stop. Everyone, if President Weah feels, what President Weah should have also done today was call Samuel Tuah to report himself in. He's a president. If he's a man of law, and he's asking for them to go against whatever the government is saying legally, then he would have called Samuel Tuah and said, wherever you are, what hiding bush you in? Report yourself. Face the law. That's what he should have done today. But instead, what he did, for me, in my opinion, was insightful and it was wrong. Thank you.
Glenn, thank you very much. I'm going to bring in Mambe. Mambe, before I bring you in, can I play this? Then we'll go down to the rest of the guys to speak. And then we have to talk about central bank and the changes that is happening. I want to hear from Mo Ali one more. I will be calling Martin Cordy once we open the phone line, and the rest of the guys that want to participate by way of the phone line. So let me play this, please, for the sake of us. Let me play President Bouakar's statement on corruption.
Look at Liberia today. Where are the clinics? Where are the schools? Where are the streets? Where are the roads? Not because we couldn't build them, but the monies have been diverted to individuals. And what are these individuals? They go outside the country, they buy houses, but the country that they make the money from, they are afraid to use the money there. So they go out, they forget that there are hundreds of children here that are not going to school. There are no medical. I have a very close friend now who is sick in Weah. He could have been brought here by helicopter, but where they? Corruption is a poison. Whatever it touches, it destroys. It deprives people from having good roads. It deprives others from having good medical facilities. You're always wishing to go elsewhere when you can have it right here. That's what corruption does. It destroys a nation. It makes people become disrespected because people think we are a country living on handout when we shouldn't be.
So there you have it, Mommy. President Joseph Yeman Bouakar, you heard his stand on corruption. Madam Ernest Johnson Sirleaf, the former president, spoke. President George Manuel Weah spoke. Talk to me, Mommy.
Can you just put that flyer up that I sent you?
Say that again?
Can you put the flyer up?
There you go. It's up.
Yeah. This is from John Molu about 8 years ago. He said, and I quote, "This is the unfortunate problem in the Congress for Democratic Change. Political leaders trade places while the interests of the rank and file are undermined. In all of this, where is the commitment to principle? Political leader trading," you can take it down. Senton, thank you very much.
Okay, go ahead, let me take it down.
That is the problem we are confronted with. Political leaders trading accountability for personal benefit. Every time you listen to President Sirleaf, she complains corruption, no action, or no significant amount of action. President Weah, corruption, I will prosecute, no significant number of action. This man has come and said, no, it has to stop. And he's taking action. So if you see we are shouting and people using him to attempt to put fear in people, which will not go anywhere by any means, it's because the practice has always been just speak about corruption, don't take action. Just speak about it. But this is the moment that we're not just speaking about corruption, but we're taking action. And nobody in their wildest imagination will believe that a government will want to prosecute people who stole and in the possession of millions of dollars and will do it with candy in their hands. The government is ready to pursue you. You can make your threats. It will just satisfy you and make you feel fine. But at the end of the day, those who are supposed to go to court will go to court. Peace, President Waka, former President Weah said. Peace. There can be no peace in the absence of accountability and justice. This whole theory about peace, there can be no peace in the absence of accountability and justice. People took money, they must account for their stewardship. That is what President Weah, President Waka is doing. So we speak directly to our people at this moment. Do not panic. All that noise they're doing, everything they go down, they're celebrating, they're watching all the show to see how people are panicking. Who panic? Who is afraid when we're telling our people, just relax yourself? Nobody is afraid. The government will go after those who allegedly stole. You can come with threats. It will not shake anybody. You will have to explain your rule. You had the opportunity to conclude, Stanton. You had the opportunity. You enter into an agreement to not prosecute people. You enter into that agreement. Who benefited from that agreement? The 6-year agreement to not prosecute. Who benefited from that agreement? Who did you award your contracts to? We saw the receipt from the first day office to construct. Who you saw it with? DMC. All the different contractors, DMC. How many ordinary Liberian contractors benefited? Business opportunities. Who did we give it to? Jackie Appiah and the other people, the other lady who Samuel Jackson referred to, the other, I just forget her name. With the Metex situation. To the airport, who you gave the business to? How ordinary citizens benefited from your 6-year contract you signed to not prosecute? How did they benefit? You live in luxury. They are suffering today. And you want to use them as a shield to protect you. You bring them in the street to protest so you can live with your wealth. Why your children are not protesting? Why your brothers are not protesting? Why are they not commenting on the street? They're relaxing and you want to use the ordinary people to protest and protect your wealth? We will speak to them. You can leg your Weah, but this prosecution in 30 seconds is the opportunity for the poor people. When they prosecute corrupt officials and take state resources from them today and invest it in the people, those in government will be afraid. They will not want to steal. And even if they stole, when the next government comes, will also prosecute them and take the resources from them and invest in the poor people. So this is the poor people movement. This is the poor people movement. The movement to take action on corruption. Not the movement to just talk it and not do it.
Thank you very much, my man. I want to say to all of you that are watching, thank you for sharing. Please continue to share our show. Again, this is your program. This is your show. I'm going to go to my brother Asik, Uncle Sam Jackson, Bo Ali, and Fatima. I want to say to the other panelists in the back, we're going to switch and swap. Please be patient. We know we can only take 10 with the producer being the 10th person on set. I also want to say I want Bo Ali to hang on to, because this thing more that people are talking about and CDC running with. I know you're not speaking, but let me flash it for a second. That Amos Sweat disrupted at the time and forced Vanny Sherman out as party chairman. I want you to speak to it because it is coming up and say, listen, we are peaceful sedition. We are not going to the Liberian National Police. We are not disrupting the court system, but a happy honor unity party, and you guys resisted. So please hang on, Ali.
Yeah. Uncle Sam's line.
But it was address that very quickly.
Yeah, let me play it. Let me play it first. Let me play it first. Let me play. I really want to ask you, let me play it, please, because it's important. Let's be fair. So when you get guys, hold on that, because we got the former Secretary General. Yeah, I want him to address it. I will come to you, Ase and Uncle Sam. Let's just be fair. Amos Twe and Women Pay, Secretary General and Party Chairman, they went in as the sedition are saying they disrupted the court and they removed Vanny Sherman and the others. Speak to us more, Adi.
So Stanton, let's lay the basis for you. Councillor Vanny Sherman was chairman of the Unity Party. Unity Party was the governing party. the two things. Under our leadership, under the leadership of the Unity Party government indicted the Unity Party chairman.
So we are free.
And the government sent police to arrest him. Partisans went there and escorted Councillor Shemo to the station.
No. Uncle Sam, don't do this, man. Uncle Sam, please. For us to get something, you will speak to it. You will speak to it, Uncle Sam. More Adi, please proceed, please.
And it was not only Councillor Shemo, but it was Maurice Setuma, it was Councillor Shemo, it was Alice Talon. And the Unity Party government prosecuted Unity Party Executive Committee members, including the national chairman. They were in court, and Sam Jackson and other those CDC took over, who exonerated them from the court, who dropped the charges against them. It was the CDC in the part they signed that they will not prosecute corrupt people because, according to them, they never came to fight corruption, they came to steal. Who dropped the case against Councillor Shemo? Who dropped the case against Rima? Who dropped the case against Alice Chano? It was the CDC government. So it was the Unity Party-led government.
Let me hold you there. Let me hold you, please. We got to give Seditian the chance to respond to you. And probably Amos Tua said he's going to either call in or come in to address this issue. Asido, who dropped the charges against them?
So I think it's my time to talk.
Yes, sir. Talk to us.
Thank you. So let me just. So what you just saw represent the kind of human being who are today preaching rule of law. What you just saw. You know, we will give you record of President Weah's government persecuting President Weah's official. What you just saw, group of, I'm not sure how to turn them, people who want us to believe today that they know anything about the rule of law. But that's not what I want to focus on. Let me go on by my points that I wanted to make. Just to clarify, first, BMC was the contractor that actually built President Bouakar's house now that he's in, and they are still contractor of the governor of Liberia today. So I listened to President Bouakar, or a man who is 79 years of age, who have worked in government for more than 50 years, asking me, Isaac Doe, a man who worked in government for 6 years, 38 years of age, where is the road? Where is the helicopter? Where are the hospitals? President Bouakar asking me. I thought I should be the one asking President Bouakar, where are the roads, the hospitals, the helicopter? After 50 years of working in government, the papa asking me to show him the roads. That is the biggest joke I've listened to in 2024. But you know what? Mo Ali talked something about fighting corruption. That was rich. Mo asked for that his own very national orator that he brought for his July 26th asked series of questions to President Bouakar. Do you want to be remembered as one of the most corrupt presidents? Their own person was asking him. Do you want to be remembered as the person who broke the rule of law? So let's go through what it means to fight corruption. And I get a little lazy here. So when President Bouakar was inaugurated, there was some 650,000 given for that. President Bouakar initiated an audit. We didn't see any of the report. In no time, we saw a pressing statement on e-mansion, praising the very acts of corruption from the 650,000. And are the same people talking about fighting corruption? President Bouakar's party had 350,000 that they used for entertainment. We only saw a certain thing that looked the IA. We saw something that looked at something that came from World Trade Center. There was no report. $22 million went towards Dusty Road when there was no budget. when there was no anything, no procurement processes, no bidding, and you want to talk about fighting corruption? 80 million went towards the issue of yellow machine. Today, they are doing it on a cover. You want to talk about fighting corruption, man? 5,000 coupon was given to lawmakers. Something that was said by Representative Yeke Koluba, and we saw evidence on live. We also listened to the representative for Grand Crew County on tape, who said President Buakai offered 25,000 to bribe lawmakers. I got another one here. Mo Ali awarded contract to his best friend. And you want to talk about fighting corruption? Stop joking. Stop joking. And I know, like I said very earlier on, it is good we are here discussing President Weah. They just did audit at the CBL. The CBL audit report is saying that about 170 million plus that was received between 2014 and 2018 cannot be traced to any record. You know the reason why we are not talking about it today, why it is not important? It is because President Buakai is only interested in fighting corruption between 2018 to 2023. Mo Ali, what we call a witch hunt is when your intent to fight corruption is only on a specified period. If you want to fight corruption, you will not be closing your eyes from dates. You will ensure you fight anyone and everyone that has corruption allegation, including the 170 million that the GAC is saying cannot be traced to any record. You should be ashamed of yourself. But I'm even mentioning that you want to fight corruption when you and I know the only thing you want to do is go after George Weah people in an effort to make the Liberians see the CDC as a party that should not come back to power. There is a catch. You are on a dead horse.
Thank you very much. I'm going to take this time very quick, guys. Please bear with me. Uncle Sam, I will come to you, but please bear with me. Let me bring in Amos Square, the Amos Square that was on that clip that we just played. Amos, talk to us. You got a few seconds with us, Amos. You live.
Thank you, Stanton. But I really want to appeal to give me a few time, last few seconds. First, I want to thank my colleague, the managing director of LWSC, Mo Ali, who is doing an exceptional piece of work at Water and Sewer. We want to thank you, Mo Ali, for making water to continue to come. As if you play magic, it's important for us to recognize, the effort of our colleague across the government cycle. Look, Mo has clarified. When you see that video, that was at the court, I think the circuit court 8 or so. We truly exported Vani Shemo to go and fire a bomb. That was not a disruption. We exported him and we sat in the courtroom. We were allowed as peaceful citizens of Liberia. We did not go under any banner of unity partisan. Of course, we are partisans. We went to see what was unfolding at the court, and we were allowed, we were permitted. We sat down. Vani Shemo went through the process of filing his bill bond, and the court accepted, and the court allowed him outside. That was when you see us coming outside jubilating, it was never with the intention of disrupting the court process. We are a law-abiding citizens. It's important that we offer this clarification. You understand? There's nowhere in that video at any point in time that Unity Party partisans disrupted the court process in the Republic of Liberia. What happened? Like Mo indicated to you, Stanton, and the people of Liberia. Who freed Vani Shemo? Who raised the case? It was the very CDC government. Our administration, the national chairman, the ruling party chairman, was prosecuted by the very Unity Party. In offices of the Unity Party, exported the chairman to the court. We said, Mr. Chairman, you got to go to the court and exonerate yourself through the due process of law. So I don't know what seditions are trying to hang on. There's Latter-day Sedition, this old man sitting on a platform who is concerned to be any government in power. He thinks that by criticizing and denigrating Ambassador President Joseph Boakai and the Unity Party government, that would be an opportunity for him to come in government and work in this administration. You will continue to criticize. Ambassador President Boakai is focused on making sure that there is public accountability in the governance cycle of our country. And let me say this for once. People talking about why President Boakai is focused on 2018, 2023. This is the immediate past administration. It was not the Unity Party government that told Mr. George Weah to grade the then Unity Party administration 80%. You understand? You graded the then UP administration 80%. You refused to prosecute the then Unity Party official who you perceive, who you thought were engaged in act of corruption. So you cannot dictate to President Boakai when and who is supposed to prosecute, you understand, and people who are allegedly involved in act of corruption. This particular, the different other reports that are being acted upon, look, was that President Boakai who appointed Jackson at the GSC? Those who are at the General Auditing Commission and probably even the NPCC were appointed by the then President George Weah. The very other reports that President Boakai is acting on today, it came from Weah administration. So you expect President Boakai to gloss over the current other reports and go way back to 2005 when you had the opportunity, you said for 6 years, we should have audited the previous Unity Party administration. We were all here shouting on you, President Boakai.
It's over. Let us talk.
Thank you, Amos. Listen, look, we're having a studio shortly. Next coming days, we want to say thank you very much again for the call in. I'm going to do thank you very much, Amos. Yeah, let it be so, Emma. Let it be so. I want you guys to hold on 1 minute. I beg you. We're here from Uncle Sam, but I really got to bring in Martin Cody, who is our current and faithful followers and always join us. Please, I beg you guys. Let's bring in Martin Cody. Martin, talk to us.
Good evening, CEO, and good evening to all of our panelists. This conversation is very sensitive because it has security implications. Our peace is so dear to all of us. Before I begin to express my thoughts, it is important for us to come in defense of history because Mr. Samuel Jackson and Isaac Dole misinterpreted history. I want to identify some inaccuracies. Beginning with Jackson. He talked about the current president being a major of the People's Redemption Council. That's not true. That information is inaccurate. Here are members of the PRC: Samuel Doe, Thomas Wesen, Thomas Kuyempa, Father G. Vani, Abraham D. Colley, Nelson Toe, Larry Bote, Harrison Peno, Albert Toe, Robert Zuo, William Gu, Robert Nuwoku, Jerry Friday, Joseph E. Todman, Curtis Ngongo, and Jeffrey Batty. Where is Joseph Boakai's name, Mr. Sam Jackson? But we say on the platform, this platform is widely monitored, CEO. I beg your indulgence. Can you institute some policy measures to push back against lies and inaccuracies? Let's go to Isaac Doe, for example. He talked about Joseph Boakai leading the Lofa Defense Force. The Lofa Defense Force was led by Mr. Masakwe, Frances Masakwe, and not Joseph Boakai. But let's get to the speech or the address of the former president today. CEO, you see, there is an inverse relationship between corruption and prosperity, or between prosperity and corruption. So let's take prosperity as our regression and let's take corruption as our regressor, or let's take prosperity as the explained variable, and let's take corruption as the explanatory variable. I'm speaking in my capacity as a student of economics. So prosperity is a function of corruption. That means prosperity is dependent on corruption. At any given point, if there is a 1% change in corruption, that means prosperity will be affected or negatively. So there's an inverse relationship. And I want to commend the president for his latest decision to crack down on corruption. Because a crackdown in corruption means the promotion and harnessing of prosperity. That is the idea I want to drive through. I listened to the president today. The president talked about the rule of law. Let's start with the rule of law. He said he gave the LACC prosecutorial power. But before he could get the LACC prosecutorial power, the LACC was funded under the United Party-led government. Had the LACC not been funded under the United Party-led government, he wouldn't have given the LACC prosecutorial power. But yes, I'm going to cite specific provisions of the law President Weah violated under his leadership.
Real quick, Martin. Real quick, please.
Number one, CEO, just give me 2 more minutes, please.
Hey, Martin, we'll give you 30 seconds back here. Except you want us to call you back. Yeah, the show is full.
Weah violated Article 54 of the 1986 Constitution of Liberia. He commissioned the U.S. Liberian ambassador to the U.S. without the consent of the Liberian Senate. He also violated Part 10, Section 10.1 of the 2014 Code of Conduct. He also violated Article 37 of the 1986 Constitution, talking about by-elections were never held on time in our country under President Weah. He also violated Part 5, Section 47 of the 2005 PPCC law. There was no comparison. Go and read the GSC report. His government also violated Section 9.6 of the 2014 Code of Conduct law.
Okay, so let's move on. If you had Martin, we gotta go back. We gotta go back in studio. If you're not too busy, I will call you again before we close the show.
So, let me lay my thought on this quickly. I know I don't have time. No, I just chose to pick in time because I can't come on video right now because I'm at work. But this is an important topic. I will come in and go off, but they must be discussed adequately. Nobody should deceive our people. You're talking about which one? Legal the CEO. Which one has 2 elements?
It's okay, man.
You must satisfy bias. Bias is one of the key elements of which one. Number 2, you must satisfy speculation. So to establish which one, we must be able to satisfy these 2 legal criteria.
Thank you.
Nobody has satisfied that. What President Walker's government has done is to take you to court on charges of criminal offenses. Go to the court.
Martin, let's run. Martin. The guys in studio have to respond. I will call you back if you're available. Then you can proceed further, please. Thank you very much, folks. I just took only 2 calls because it is important. We have not yet opened the phone line. Uncle Sam's speech, and we're bringing the rest of the guys. We want to say thank you. Continue sharing our program. Surprisingly, our show is on fire tonight because George Manawea's speech is off the roof. Uncle Sam.
So I would need 5 minutes. Amos 12 spoke.
Uncle Sam, you're gonna use only 2 minutes. Uncle Sam, you use only 2 minutes.
But then you will cut me off, but that's okay.
Thank you.
First of all, let me go to the first one. Everyone who was around in 1980 who were adults know there were only 16 or 17 members of the PRC, the boys that physically went and organized the revolution. But Joe Walker was a major in the PRC government. I just put his picture in the chat room. You can put it up for the board to see. He was major in the PRC government of Samuel K.
Anything. Show news article.
Let me finish, my man. You see, look, man, y'all want to leave, I can leave. Oh.
Why you
I can leave.
Sorry.
I can leave anytime y'all want me to leave. Your station.
If you want to run away. Don't put it on us.
Yeah, I want to take my wife out to another karaoke. So, I mean, I can leave early. It doesn't matter. I'm not forced to talk because the historical truth is there. I have his.
But let's talk on the issue. Talk on the speech now. Let's move ahead, Uncle Sam.
No, we're not talking
Let's
the
make
speech.
progress.
Let me talk to that liar, Amos 12. That picture or that video that you saw was when they went to the courthouse, but there was an incident at the home of Vani Sherman, and they were trying to find that, and people who were around, they went to the home of Vani Sherman and physically obstructed the police from arresting Vani Sherman. That videotape that you saw was subsequent when they went to express solidarity with him at the courthouse. At the courthouse. But they physically obstructed the police from arresting Vani Sherman at his home near Palm Springs, right there in Conga Town. And that is a historical fact. Okay? The other thing is this. Liberian people, let me tell you something. President Weah is a man of peace. That is clear. There is nothing in his history, nothing in his background that says that. The president said we will resist politically and we will resist legally. Resistance, if you're afraid of resistance, you shouldn't be in politics. You shouldn't be in politics. Nobody in Liberia is having sleepless nights but unity partisans because they are the ones at the warmongers. The original member of the Unity Party, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, was the one that financed the war. She financed the war. The TRC report said that she should not be involved in politics. They banned her from politics for 30 years. Not President Weah. President Weah was a peace ambassador. We have lived in peace in this country for the last 21 years because of people like President Weah. For people to come on this show today, and when the president gave an angered but measured speech and talk about resisting politically and legally, and you want to carry it to the illogical extreme, like we're going to start a revolution, then you are not people of peace. Because you were the ones that went into the street to obstruct the arrest of your party chairman. We have not gone in the street to stop the arrest of anyone. So if you're afraid, the people in Gaytown sleeping good tonight, the people in West Point sleeping good tonight, but maybe the people, the Unity rescue team people are not sleeping because they are afraid of the people. Don't be afraid of your own people. Your people will do nothing to you. We will go to the court too one day and we'll see the adjudication of that case. That's what we're waiting for. And those people were.
Are you calling Samuel Toy to turn himself in, Uncle Sam?
Samuel Toy has said he will turn himself in, and I expect him to, of course.
Okay.
Yes, I think right now he's arranging bond, which is his legal right to do. Yes.
Thank you. Fatima, I really got to bring in Mo Ali, but go ahead, talk to us, and we will come to you, Mo. Please be patient, Mo. Let Fatima speak.
Thank you, CEO. Thank you to all of the panelists and to all of the viewers across the globe. The former president's speech, I think, as Glendy said, I think it was insightful. But the main thing I want everybody to get out of this is that President Weah, no one stopped him from conducting audit, from holding people accountable. Now that this government has come into power and wants to hold people accountable, no amount of speeches, no amount of scare tactics. I saw some things that my cousin Akara's great put on, and me and he were arguing back and forth on Facebook. Like, no amount of speeches or no amount of writings will come and deter Joseph Boakai from making sure that people are held accountable for what they've done to the Liberian people. The only thing we're encouraging people, that's why I keep telling them, thank you for watching tonight. We got 7.2K, we went up to 7.4K. To encourage them to come and learn, so that today when they were to that party headquarters, I never saw any of President Weah's children there. I never saw any of their leaders, even Uncle Jackson. I never saw any of his children there at the party headquarters, but they want to incite our people, they want to talk to our people to go to their party headquarters. There is nothing that's going to happen. It will not stop the president from making sure that people are held accountable. Joseph Boakai told me, and I quote, I said, hey, Papa, our pa, how you manage to stay long in government today? He said, because I managed to differentiate what was for the Liberian people and what was mine. And when he went with that mindset, that's why he told you, I say, all this time when he was out of position, he was living on loans. because he did not want to steal from the Liberian people. But people who are afraid, they knew that everything they ever owned in their life, they've mismanaged. Okay? They were there today counting words like a third grader and talking to the Liberian people. First of all, if you came to power with the mindset that you want to steal, you will be held accountable. Everybody, I think they are doing this because they themselves are afraid. They know that when audit reports are really, when we go through the audit report, we'll find out some of the bad that they did, and they too will be arrested and they will account. Joseph Walker said, anybody whose hand was caught in the cookie jar will serve justice. He's not coming to arrest people. He's going legally through the court. Something that you failed to do legally through the court. Some of people, you're going to let them scare you. That's scare tactic. When they start bringing their children to march, myself will join them to march. But until then, you'll stay home, you'll work hard. Let's get our country how we want her to be. Thank you, CEO.
Thank you. Thank you very much, guys. I wanted to hear from Mo Ali before he leaves. We're going to be wrapping this thing down. We got 10 more minutes, folks. Again, we came on the show based on the fact that we have to stay at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, USA, and we got to be at 11 p.m. Liberian time. The CEO, Madam Titi Connor, is very strict with her time, and we must respect her scheduled time for the program. Generator running, guys got to go home. Safety is of concern. And please, let's wind this thing down. I hope to have more added to hear from him. But till then, we're going to be doing our closing on this subject. I want you on your closing, please, talk about CVL, the new appointment, Henry Samoa, and the outgoing, he gone already, he's suspended, Aloysius Talu. Let me play this. Folks, it was a good program from my end. I said, thanks for tuning in. Again, come back tomorrow. Let's have fun. Let's talk Liberia. Let's think Liberia, and together we can build a better country. Let me just play this, and we'll go to my brother Dualu to speak.
In the words of our national anthem, a union strong, success assured, we cannot fail. United, we are certain to succeed as a nation. Divided, we are certain to fail. My fellow citizens, ladies and gentlemen, it is my belief that the most effective way to directly impact the poor and to narrow the gap between the rich and poor is to ensure that public resources do not end up in the pocket of government officials. That the overwhelming mandate that I received from the Liberian people is a mandate to end corruption in public service. I promise to deliver on this mandate. As officials of government, it is time to put the interests of our people above our own selfish interests. It is time to be honest with our people. Though corruption is a habit among our people, we must end it. We must pay civil servant a living wage so that corruption is not an excuse.
I don't know, maybe that's me. The former President Mo Ali, we're closing this thing down, so you should give it your best shot and we'll go around the table. But my fellow Liberian, maybe that's me. The former president was speaking directly to Samuel. He was speaking to his pastor, Nimland. He was speaking to Stanford. I want us to just put them there, and what if we can just mute what he's saying and look at those pictures? The work he should have done. Who is Jose Yemabwaka? Why is he doing what he's doing today? Muari, who is this 79-year-old man that bringing back Liberia to the place that we all dreamt that one day we will see this? And is this a the longevity of this work? People say he does not have the strength. He will not do it. He will not bring us to this time. Muari, look at the former president and look at those pictures that attached to the former president's face. And I come back in reality to this president saying, I will not interfere with the justice system. The law will be the law. President Joseph Yimabwaka. Who is he? Tie him to what is happening right now, Moari, and let the Liberian people hear you as former Secretary General to this party. Talk to us, Mo.
Thank you, Stanton. Before I come to who President Bwaka is, let me clarify a few things that Aze Blamado said here on this show. It's unfortunate that this man
Acid though, the blammer is not there. We will remove that. The blammer is not there. Acid though. I know that's your friend and your brother, but
sorry, Aze though, sorry. But you know, they may spend 6 years in government and still does not understand how government operates. Aze though, let me educate you some more. When you are going to inauguration, it is the sitting government that organizes. Interrupt. It is the sitting government that organizes the inauguration. The incoming president can set up a team to work with that team. So the 650K you're talking about was not controlled by anybody from the Unity Party camp. It was controlled by a man called Kimaya, Maxwell Kimaya. He led the inaugural team. So you should understand that. You're talking about 80 million spent on yellow machine. I'm not going to go into those lies. And you know, the other thing about, we're talking about clamping down corruption. And then Uncle Sam Jassy is there. Joseph Baka was major in Samuel Doe government. How does that have to do with the topic under discussion? How is it correlated to fighting corruption? Stanton, you asked a very relevant question. Liberia needed a leader like Joseph Baka. You know, at a certain point in time, most of you were angry, like Comrade Martin Colley and others. They were getting jittery, but why are we not seeing the fight against corruption? And we were just saying, look, before this thing happened, several processes had to be fulfilled. Number one, they needed to audit people. Number two, investigation needed to have been conducted. These audit reports are streaming in. When JMB said we will audit the government, he meant it. Audits are going on all over the place. The audit report, the day you hear the LTA audit report, you will cry. When you hear the one from the Ministry of State, Stanton, you will cry. As those sit here and say, oh, the audit report said during early time, $170 million got missing. As though we told you audit the central bank when you took over. Why you didn't audit? There is a statute of limitation to this entire auditing and audit report. 5 years, that's the statute of limitation. Is that now legally possible to go back to Ellen Johnson Selitan to prosecute people from there? You allow those people who you are alleging to have been corrupt to go free today. The Liberian people should be running behind you. They should be running behind President Weah. They should be running behind whoever was in your job to account for those money because you allowed them to go free. You thought you were putting susu. That Joseph Waka will come, he will eat no susu. Joseph Waka ain't putting no susu with anybody. When you corrupt, will go after you. The omen was very, very clear. And one thing I know about JMB, for the 6 years I worked with him very closely. The time is up, the party, or secretary general of the party are coming.
The time is up.
Secretary general,
let me finish. I beg you, let me finish. I beg you. We are all closing.
We gotta go.
Yeah, but let me finish.
The thing I know about JMB is that when he promises something, he fulfills the promise. It can even take 10 years, he will fulfill that promise. He promised he will clamp down on corruption. We are seeing it. And it didn't matter whether he was old or is young. He has the energy, he has the courage, he has the political will, he has the fortitude, and that's why we will support him, we will pump him up to the end. And you talked about the orator. Yes, that's why JMB is. You saw the video when the orator was criticizing JMB. You know what he was doing? He was nodding. He was nodding his head and saying, yes.
Okay.
The criticism. and I will take it in stride, and I will correct some of the mistakes that we are making. We will go after corruption, and he is doing that. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much, bro. Adi, you're always welcome. Let me bring in Mr. Duado and the peoples. Mr. Duado, also include this as your closing, my brother.
Look, for me, Senator, it's not about the speech, this or that. I want the Liberian people to understand something. Corruption does bite back. You should expect this, it's going to bite back. The question now should become whether Honorable Bwakai is willing to make sure that he's prepared for that bite back. But I will say this to my president. Honorable Bwakai, you have a golden opportunity, awesome responsibility to leave a great legacy. Do not coil in the face of all this brouhaha that is coming from the CDC camp. The only thing we will continue to say, follow the law, keep it open. And like Mo Ali said, first, an audit was done legally. Second, investigation was done and presented to the Liberian people. Third, they went through the court. They're following the process. Let's together, nobody should oppose anything that is being done legally. The noise in the market is just meant to muddy the water. Listen, it's a statute of limitation. People say, oh, go to JJ Rowell. My senior brother, yes, Uncle Simon said, the only thing I know about the whole thing, for when the boy stole in the 1989, there's nothing we can do legally about that. We have to confront the now. Look, Meme always said this. We have to set this precedence to say no more. So next time, if Dwalu becomes a minister in government, Dwalu says, if I mess around and get going to great to Dwalu, they deep pressing and put me there. Let me stop. This is what I want people to fear the people's money. Look, this is a good thing, Honorable Bwakai. Let's leave a great legacy. Let's improve this country and let's leave something good to our children that all me I worry about. Senator.
Thank you. Folks, don't forget, we'll go to the phone line. We forget you here, okay? Let the people that here finish. We'll go to the phone line. We're begging you guys. Everybody will call today. My brother Fadiga.
Senator, we sat here. The only place we heard message from the former president was at the Fokeklo Church, that where he spoke his truth. He rarely talked to us. He rarely discussed any national issue or held any of his former official or his official at the time accountable for anything that they did. Instead, he kept them there for 6 years. They looted the country, and this is where we are. It's surprising to me, actually. I don't know about other people, but I was a little shocked today that he made himself the face of disruption in Liberia. The man that claimed to be peaceful, he used the pulpit today, he used his platform today to incite subversion. When I listened to my good friend and brother Sekou Carrasco today, he was acting on the voice of former President Weah. I don't know what it means that they will resist, but you cannot resist lawful order. You cannot resist the order of the court. The war resist is very strong. The military regalia that the war, a symbol of our dark days. It was painful watching that young man who proudly, in the midst of war and economic crime, is proudly identifying with Model, that fought for Model. Who are they fighting? Are they fighting because George Weah is not in power again to fly private jet and loot the country? Is that what they have been reduced to? Can they show what they benefited for the last 6 years? Are they that gullible? They used these young men and women. They zombified them. They told them, don't go to school, don't do nothing, sit under the sycamore tree. They did not add any value to those children in the last 6 years. They are there now. They introduced them to money. They introduced them to wealth. They introduced them to all kinds of things that are not sustainable. Now they are going to become another problem in this country. So when I listen to this man making call for them to come back to defend what? To my fellow brothers and sisters, I know You may worship this guy. You may love him. We all love him for the soccer player he was. We all love him for his celebrity status. But you cannot sacrifice your future for the personal enjoyment of one person. For 6 years, 5 or 6 people enjoy, even the asset door of the war. There's Samuel Jackson that did not benefit. Uncle Sam, I will tell you, at this point, you should be an elderly statesman. This partisan politics doesn't suit you. You have a reservoir of knowledge, and I say this with almost honesty, you have a reservoir of knowledge that this younger generation can tap into. You are doing disservice to yourself and this country by aligning to one party. You don't have to be unity party or something. You can better serve Liberia by becoming an elderly statesman, transferring those knowledge. Rich man, poor country or poor land, rich land, making that come to reality. But you sit down, you defending something, the indefensible. You listen to the speech. In a chat room, you put there what you would have said. Am I lying? You put it there, you say, if I were writing the speech, I would have taken this other one off, saying that those were garbage inserted in the speech. But Uncle Sam, you will come here. We got too much. But some people got sense, Uncle Sam. Like your sense got some of us here. Please keep it that way. But I
will respond.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know you will respond.
Let's move on, guys.
I
have to leave center.
No, hold on 1 minute, Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam, big.
I'm appealing to you. Be an elderly statesman.
Look, I want to leave center. Let me just talk for 1 minute.
Uncle Sam, you can't do this every day that you want to leave and you interrupt. We beg you, hold on. Fadiga, are you done? We got to move on to Mame.
I'm feeling so bad.
Okay, so hold on 1 minute. So now, Mame, you yield your time to Uncle Sam. We got to go to the phone now, so I got to rush. You got 1 minute each. Uncle Sam, go ahead.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, I put in their own chat room, May 24, 2016.
So you're not part of the chat room. You want to separate yourself and let them know we're taking from there.
No, I'm saying to you, I tell the Liberian people, May 24, 2016, front page Africa reporter, and let me read it for y'all. I will read it quick, and then I will go. The team of investigators requested entry to the residence of Councilor Vani Sherman for Unity Party partisans, led by the party's National Secretary General, Mr. Wilmer Pay, and Youth Wing Chairman Amos Tware, including others, blocked the entrance to their chairman home with 2 vehicles, red Jeep with Unity Party inscription and a private car, preventing the sheriffs from entering the premises. He lied. Ladies and gentlemen, Liberian people, they may lie. That's the kind of lie they used to win the election here. And then you say, I'm a big elderly statesman. No, I will stay radical because they own truths, they have truths, they beg the innuendos that brought you to power. I will hold your feet to the fire. You must perform for those people that were standing in the rotting water with feces on that Sunday that elected you. You cannot come to power and try to divide the people in this country. You cannot come to power and try to estrange others. You can't come to power and come as a managing director of LPRC and come and lie here tonight that you never did such thing when it's on the public record. And it's also on the public record that my very good friend, Joe Walker, I was serving the PRC government. I was captain. He was major. That is the truth. And nothing wrong with that because we're revolutionary. I consider him a revolutionary. We overthrew the oligarchy. Nothing's wrong with that. We brought multi-party democracy. We should be proud of that. I'm very proud of my association with the PRC government. And Joe Walker should not be hiding from his association with the PRC and Samuel Doe. I'm a disciple of Samuel Doe. I'm a disciple of Bacchus Matthews. I'm a disciple of Tipote. I'm a disciple of Dino Tware. That's where I come from. And that's where all the things about comrade comes from. We are the progenitors and we are the freedom fighters that brought liberal democracy to Liberia. And on that note, I thank you all very much. And God bless you, and God bless Liberia.
Thank you very much. Let me bring in, thank you, Uncle Sam. Mami, please be the last on this set. We're backing you. I want to play the clip again of Carrasco after Acido speak. That President Weah regretting his action. Again, we're going to bring in Acido. We'll bring in Conagre, Fatima, then Mami will be the last before we go to the phone line. I beg you, I really want you to respond to that as well, Mo Ali, if you have the time, hang with us. Acido, please.
All the you people are always they begging to be the last. I don't know why they get their own thoughts. But let me do this. Fadiga, you always ask of what seditions benefited for 12 years, or 6 years, I would say. In the first place, you have not even benefited for the last 6 months. You, very, very you. But let me tell you what seditions benefited for 6 years of President Weah's leadership. And I'm still praying for you to benefit, by the way. So, seditions and Liberians benefited free tuition at the state-run university and all state-run universities across the country. That alone increased attendance rate. It means President Weah made education not to be for the privileged few, but as a right for all Liberians. Let me also remind you, free wires payment. It means our poor mothers could not worry anymore of where they would take $80 from to pay for their children wire. They who sell, get their little money, buy food for the children to eat. They benefited that. Let me also remind you, recreational parks across the place. I saw your picture from the PHP park, my brother Fadiga, and that was a nice picture. I'm sure you enjoyed the place. No, don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me, please. So I saw your picture. I'm sure you enjoyed the place, my brother. Spoon played at the Invisible Park of Recent. They enjoyed the place. For the youth, very important, they benefited. Or housing units across the country for their friends, their relatives, people they've known to at least get an upgrade of their lives. Let me also tell you, medical facilities being built, including the 100-bedroom hospital in Bapolu was being built. They benefited from that. Let me tell you of roads, connectivity within Maserati and other parts of the country, my brother. Let me tell you of market houses that have been built across the country for their mothers to have a decent place to sell their little pepper, their little onion. They benefited from that. Let me also tell you, my brother, a peaceful nation, 6 years, no hala. They could go to bed sound, wake up sound, go to school sound. They enjoyed that. Let's not forget about electricity, bro. From 250,000 houses being connected before President Weah came in to over 800,000 homes. They benefited from that. And CEO, you will note that every time you ask important questions, our rescue brothers can dodge it. But listen, a Kisi president has appointed a Kisi governor at the CBL. These were the very people who were just on this station and other platforms talking about George Weah government was a government of the Southeast. Well, guess what? The Southeast made up of 5 counties. During George Weah's presidency, Nimba County had the highest appointed officials in government as a single county. During President Weah, let me end. During President Barker's time, Lofa County has more than 50% of those appointed in government. Even today, a Kisi man appointed a Kisi central bank governor, who is, of course, his nephew. You want to talk about nepotism? You can't talk more about that. How many more Kisi people will this Kisi president appoint in government? That should be very embarrassing. And lastly, to end, we will always agree to one thing. The CDC absolutely should have audited the former government. The CDC did not audit the former government. That alone was a wrong on the part of the CDC. Unity Party government came to power to correct all of the wrongs that CDC did. If you agree that not auditing the previous government was a wrong for CDC, didn't this government come to power to correct the wrongs for CDC though? How is it that you want to correct all of the wrongs besides this one wrong? What will kill you? And then someone with no knowledge come and tell us about statutes of limitation on corruption cases? You must be living in a dream world. Even the US presidential candidate Trump being recently prosecuted for cases spending 30 years ago. Corruption cases don't have the statute of limitation you're talking about. If this president is serious about fighting corruption, he will not only target certain group of people. When you do that, it is what we call witch hunt. Open it up.
Thank you.
Prosecute anybody and everyone. Go back to as much as you can get evidence for. Prosecute Amara Kone, who was the minister when $170 million was said not to have any interest in the CBL record. I know somebody was asking about it in the chat room, but go and read the other report. You will understand what it says there. Again, the CDC will stand up, the CDC will resist legally, and the CDC will ensure that Liberia is not a country that will crash as President Weah crashed the CPP.
All right, so thank you very much. I said, guys, do not speak and you leave, because then we have to give the rest of the guys chance to speak. But I ask you to hold on 1 minute because it is important. We want to hear you. But let me take this one real quick from the Deputy Information Minister, Daniel Sando, who just want to share 30 seconds of his input on what we are talking about. DS, talk to us.
Good evening, Stanton. Let me say good evening to your distinguished panelists. You know, whenever I listen to Mr. Asedo on the show, I get to appreciate the fact that
you people not even me. How are you people will come from our area?
Wait. Go ahead, Daniel Sando.
Mr. Asedo is a direct victim, and that Mr. Asedo is a direct victim of the fact that the education system of Liberia was torn apart, and so maybe sometimes comprehension becomes a problem. Here's the point. I listened to him talking lengthily about audit. Mr. Asedo doesn't know that the UP-led government, headed by President Weah, has not commissioned any audit of the past administration. The report upon which people have been indicted was never commissioned by this government. It was never commissioned by this government. That should be an elementary education for anybody who is supposed to be an intellectual on a major platform, the Spoon. When you go on a show and begin to make wrongful insinuation as if this government has sanctioned audit and will be very selective in indicting and prosecuting individuals, it is bad for the platform, it is bad for the country. It has to be said, it has to be established that the Weah-led administration has commissioned no audit. The person who is conducting this audit report was appointed by your president, Mr. George Manneh Weah. The LSC report upon which the state drew out the indictment against Mr. Tuer and the other people from the financial intelligence authority and what have you was also conducted by the LSC boss, who was also appointed by President Weah. How is that so difficult to understand for us to do?
We will look forward to seeing you, Daniel Sando. We will look forward to seeing you. Listen, Daniel, listen. Today is Wednesday. Daniel Sando, today is Wednesday. We are inviting you to join the panelists whenever you can. Just call me up, okay? Please. Okay, we have to go. We have to open the phone line. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, DS. Thank you. So let me go ahead and bring in Fatima, folks. We're getting to you. We want your comment. We want you to speak. Let me bring in Fatima, Conan Gray, Mame, and we'll go to the phone line. F2, talk to us.
My man, President.
I beg you. We will come back to you. Let Fatu speak. I beg you. Yeah, Fatu, talk to us.
Thank you, CEO, and thank you to the panelists, and thank you to all the viewers across the globe. I would just like to say in my closing that President Weah had an opportunity as a young son of the soil, beloved by all of Liberia, to do the right thing. But yet, he chose to do what he wanted to do. He ran a government. He knew that all his life, every wealth that he had since he was young, he mismanaged it. He had a store in Liberia. He mismanaged it. He came to power broke, very broke. I can remember I was sitting, what hurt them most, I would tell you, I was sitting at Geraldine Doe's Sheriff house, and President Weah came there for gas slip. I remember it vividly. And she told him, she said, but the people love you. Why can't you apply for, why can't you try to become senator? She told him that. And then he ran for senator and he became senator because every month when he made you such and such, he had to come collect his quarters from you guys. So we were sitting there that day when he came and she told him. But to just go further, now his finance minister is being indicted on corruption. The pastor that used to be in Fakliken, the post seditions, he lied to them that he was carrying them to Europe, stole their monies, okay? Everything that he ever touched, he broke it down to zero. The saddest part is that I was sitting one day with my sister, may her soul rest in peace, Mona Penna, and she said, Fatu, our plan is to amend the Constitution and make George Weah a lifetime president. And that thing stuck in my brain. Imagine the things that we are uncovering now. Imagine if George Weah had just gone for a second term. Liberia would have been doomed. Liberia would have been finished. So my people, let's just continue to educate our people. Nobody should follow him. Nobody should listen to him. Because if you, first of all, I expected him to call today and say, Samuel Toy, wherever you are, you make sure you bring yourself, answer to the people, make sure that you follow the rule of law, because he's so peaceful. That's what they say. He was a peace ambassador. He doesn't want peace. But giving that insightful, trying to incite violence and fiery speech to tell people to come and they will resist. And you're not resisting anything. The same thing you did on election day. You're passing around, threatening people, trying to go from station to station, place to police station to police station to try to intimidate our people. And they did not follow you and will not follow you. We educate the Liberian people on their rights. We make them aware. And second of all, you talk about WIAC fee that he pays. I said, though, today they still owe WIAC over $5 million. I don't know how many millions dollars there. You owe WIAC. It was not paid. You ain't paid no fee, nothing. It was just vla. You're still owe WIAC to this day. So you can fool some of the people some of the time, but until your children and President Weah children come out in those marches, our Liberian people will be educated and they will not come out to demonstrate anything. They will follow the rule of law that George Weah made in his speech on Inauguration Day. When he became a president, he said he will fight corruption, and that's what we're doing. And he should be thankful. He should be a willing participant, because even him, Joseph Waka, is saying, if anybody caught with corruption will be prosecuted. So you need to get ready. Thank you.
And that again, I would say, ladies and gentlemen, what are the 3 more seconds? You gotta hang with us, bro. I gotta play that, but let me go to Conor Gray. Conor Gray been very patient in the back. Let me go to Conor Gray. Conor Gray, talk to her again. I pray, Conor Gray, tomorrow you be the first on the show back. I beg you back. Let me put it like that.
That's all right, Stanton. That's all right.
Thank you. Thank you.
My brother, I think Madam Salif knows who Ambassador Boyka is very, very well. That's why she fought him for all these years for him not to be. Matter of fact, if George Weah wouldn't have been, Madam Salif was also pushing somebody else, all but President Boyka, because you know what? This was the day that Madam Salif dreaded. She feared so much, and it's coming to pass eventually that all of those whose hands were in the cookie jar, they will cut them off. I say they gave the right accolade to the act. The vampires that sucked Liberian blood for 6 years, They are witches and they are being hunted. They need to do it. So any way you want to put it, and I had a bunch of sissies crying today. You know, Calvin Clauseway, the political theorist and military theorist, he said, war is an act of politics. So probably when the Sisi was talking about will we resist them politically, probably was whining about war, but it doesn't have the capacity. Bunch of sissies, you see them in the public crying. As I look at the other guy, calling himself his former aide, whining like some baby. George Weah, took the podium, whining like some big sissy, followed by his. Look, they don't have the capacity. They don't even have the capacity to even cross a small creek. I mean, they're inciting people. You don't have the capacity. So I can say this, my brother. I don't care how people come and feel incited. They don't have the ability to bring war to Liberia. George Weah is not a war guy because you know what? He's a coward. And those who follow him, they're all cowards. And they just make noise in the air. They make noise in the air. And before this day, we had people saying, oh, we'll follow the Tubman module. We'll stay in power for 27 years. You have a yo-yo for you to stay in power for 27 years? You know, APB is supposed to start going out so some of us can go on bounty hunt for that Minister of Finance. And all those who stole like brown money that are hanging out there, send us. We'll assemble the team, the requisite team will hold this guy physically and bring them to Liberia. And you know what? It's just a matter of time. I can tell you that others will be indicted equally, and the noise will go up and will die, and then will start being flight. Most of those people making noise will start running and leaving the country because you know what? Well, everywhere to go will chase them down the hole. And they want to be politically, they want to bring incitement, we'll go after them. They should just commission some of us to go after them. We'll bring them wherever they go. That's all I have to say.
Wow, Colonel Gray, you willing to go back?
Oh yes.
Wow, Mo, I didn't hear that though. I mean, that's crazy powerful. But Mo, hold on. You will have the last one because we'll go to the phone line after you. Let me bring in Mame. We gotta go to the phone line. I beg you, ask you, hold on, let everybody talk now. Mame, let me bring you in real quick. And before I do that, hold on, brother. The other people don't talk yet before we start distributing extra time.
From the compartment of Mr. Boakai, they started justifying that the former president of our country, George Weah, is regretting his action. You think so? Of course. He told you that? President Weah is regretting his actions because of the way Boakai is conducting himself as the president of the country.
Mama, take it away. Wow.
I want correction in first. The criminal procedure law of Liberia set statute of limitation for 5 years on the cases of corruption. Except capital punishment, capital crimes like murder and the other, Section 4 of the criminal procedure law, I want to read it. But others who can go online, you can go online and find it. And you will see that it set a 5-year limitation. So I say that's the correction I wanted to make. You can put it in the chat room, it's online. You can just Google Liberia criminal procedure law and you see the limitation. So that is clear. That's why Weah knows this. It's not strange. He knows. His lawyers and other people know. And that's why he left all the other reports that President Salif left behind and did not go after them because he wanted the 5 year to expire. Because that was the agreement they went into. Secondly, LEC does not have 800,000 horses connected. I just spoke with Henry Famule,
And he said they have over 200,000 customers at the LEC. But the fact is, before Weah took over, the UP government had already established hydro, and when they realized that the hydro was giving problem, they entered into an agreement with CLSG to provide power from Ivory Coast. It is that power that they misused over the 6 years. They could not pay, and when Bouakai became president, he had to go there to negotiate for the debt they had.
13.5 million. 13.5.
13.5. They politicized the distribution of power. Politicians were donating power, were donating current in communities. There's a video of Samuel 12 instructing to donate current. That's how they misuse it. And the president had to go to Ivory Coast to go and check and see how best they could settle the debt. I wanted to make that correction before I, come to the real issue. They've made Weah to believe that he's doing and this is dangerous. It's very, very dangerous. They put in this man's head that he's doing so good for. Yeah, he said he regretted turning power over. Who are you to believe that you can hold on to power and that because you were defeated, you gifted the country? That's the mindset, that's the bubble they put Weah in, that he's this God. They will worship him. He lost election. They do not want to even make him feel that he lost election, making him to feel like people lie on him and he willingly just gave power over to pump on him. It's dangerous. But that danger transferred directly to them. Because they made him feel that he was God, he relaxed in his dawn as a God. They had the opportunity to have feast on the country's resources. And President Bouakai, because he did not enter into a parting agreement with them, is pursuing them. We will say that, and then we'll move to the next issue while we conclude, Central. All the conversation we're having about persecuting, the president is doing his best to make sure the other reports don't last more than 5 years so the next government doesn't come and say statute of limitation. We need to pay attention to the court. We need to pay attention to the court. The courts are corrupt. The courts are corrupt. We need to begin to emphasize that. Prosecutors, these guys have millions of dollars. They can pay to prosecutors, and prosecutors go to court and close their mouths. We need to begin to highlight that. Judges can be bribed. While we're going to the court, it's a different branch of government. We need to highlight the possibility that these people could compromise judges because they have money, that they can compromise prosecutors. We saw a $100 million worth of drug case walk out of the country. We need to be careful as we talk about going to the court and prepare our people. Fighting corruption is both physical and psychological. We need to compare and prepare our people for the psychological warfare of the fight against corruption. Let's say that, and then if there's a need to talk about what happening to the central bank, we can talk about it in 30 seconds. President Bouakai, you're doing well. If you don't handle the situation at the central bank, you will make it embarrassing for some of us. You will make it embarrassing for yourself.
Can we go to the phone line and bring central bank tomorrow? Because we're totally out of time.
Thank you.
Now, I know what is the squeeze central bank, but I got to bring in Mo Ali. Then
Yeah.
after Mo now, I beg you, man. We beg you. After Mo, I will bring you in, my brother. But please, guys, don't forget, we got a lot. We'll bring central bank. We'll talk about Lasha Stalin. We'll talk about Henry Samoa and the rest of them, okay? Go ahead, Mo.
So, Stanton, some of the things I wanted to clarify, thank you to my friend Ambula Mambe, he clarified them. Stanton, we left 127 megawatts of power in this country. The CDC did not have half of a quarter megawatt to it. What they meant is what they left there. So to even assume that there were 800,000 households connected, they make a lie. That's a big black lie. And he doesn't know about the statute of limitation. I'll give you one practical case that our government lost because of the statute of limitation, the case against Gonglo or what the lady named, the former superintendent of Nimba.
Edith Gonglo.
Exactly. The court did not go into the merit of that case because a lawyer argued that the statute of limitation of that thing had passed. So we're not even going into it. They threw that case outside. But that is also the reason why audits are scheduled to occur every 3 years. Because the government is in place for 6 years. If I took over water and sewer in March 2023 and they don't audit me until I reach my 6th year, the first 5 years has elapsed. They can't audit that first 5 years. They can only audit the last 1 year. Maybe Azedo does not understand this one. That's why when the government takes over, they immediately. That's why I asked the GAC to audit water and sewer, for example, from 2021 to December 31, 2023. The next audit will be for 2024 to 2027. He and Uncle Sam decided to thwart this whole thing every time. Oh, Joseph Barker was major in the government. How people can become major? Nobody can be made civilian major. There was just ceremonial titles given to ministers. Deputy ministers were captain. Did they make you captain? Did they make you major? No, my brother. And this thing, you know, my good friend Carrasco talking about, Weah is regretting. You had no option, President Weah, former President Weah. You had absolutely no option. We warn you. We whip you in the election. If you are not left, we are going to take our power from you. It is the people who pull you there. It is the people who booted you out. So you start carrying a notion around that, oh, we are regretting. He gave power. You did not give power to Josh Weah, to President Barker. Let's be clear about that. The Liberian people, in their majority in the second round, gave power to President Barker. It is the Liberian people who have that power, and they can take it away from him. We have had nothing to do. As a matter of fact, the reason why you stole so much in your first 6 years is because you had all of the confidence that you are going to win power in the second round, and then that statute of limitation that you are arguing against was going to hold, and you are not with future government could not do anything in that first. That's why you stole very massively. God moved from behind you. We took power. We'll go after all of the roads. Thank you.
So listen, we got to make the people understand this. So the situation here is in our first term, we will take enough, knowing that we'll win the second term, and no way under the law you can catch us because the statute of limitation of the first term gone, elapsed. Wow.
That was the reason why they stole massively. That was their calculation. We thwarted our whole calculation.
No. Liberia need to hear this as we go to the phone line. I will ask you guys, we will take only about 20 calls just from Liberia. We beg you guys. I beg you, Nelson, come on the show. Guys, hear this. Even this government, but I said, oh, we can't to you, but you not talk. I said, I ain't told yet. Even with this government, you can see within the first 6 years, mommy, praying that if you win the next term, that's another 6 years, right? But you cannot hold me for anything I do in this 6 year. Yes. Is that what the law saying?
That is if an audit is conducted. So in the first 6 years, you stole the conductor and audit the audit there, you do nothing about it. The next year, the next 6 years, nobody can go back on the audit report. Nobody can go back on the audit report. You stole the conductor, the audit, the report lie down in dust. When you go to the next 6 years,
why they commissioned the audits. So they were going to keep the audit report in the dump site and do not act on them. Then when you come now, the next government after 12 years, you can't go back to act on those audit reports. They were very smart. They didn't know that we have different plans for them.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, you have to listen to this. The show is interesting. We will talk about CBL tomorrow. Don't forget, I don't want guys, please hang with me. We'll take 20 calls from Liberia and America. Nelson, if you're in studio, please come on. I'm going to take the first call from this end. Your name and where you're joining us from.
Good evening, Stanton.
Good evening. Talk to us. Your name, where you joining us from?
This is Frederick Cooper, and I'm the Deputy Minister for Administration at the Ministry of General.
Talk to us, Frederick. You got 30 seconds. Talk to us, Frederick.
You know, it's unfortunate that I would hear some people, let me clearly say, the likes of Isaac Doe and Samuel Jackson on air spilling what they are spilling, right? So, look, there must be a precedent set in this country. What this government inherited and the other reports that are coming out, they are damning. A few weeks ago, I saw the former managing director of Water and Sewer testifying to his views at the PAC at the level of the Senate. I, as a young person serving today in government, I saw it, and it must serve as a deterrent for all of us that have the opportunity today to serve in government. And we have to account for our views. Look, what people did in this country, they must account for it. And if people will see it as a wish hunt, it's just far-fetched. And I don't see why people want this country to keep going down the path that people who succeeded, previous administration did it. So tonight, and what we've seen, some of us had the opportunity to sit with the current president to speak, and he assured us that if he assumed the leadership of this country, what people did in the past and currently, they will have to pay for it. And it's just a deterrent. So those who are thinking that this is a wish hunt, they must have to go to hell, and people have to.
Thank you very much. We said thank you, Frederick.
I got one caller here.
Thank you. Take that call up. Colonel
Grace. Go ahead, caller.
Hi, Spoon Talk and Panelist. This is Melvin Howard from Rhode Island, Providence. And I've been following the show. I just want to make my contribution, guys, to the issue about. So I hear people talking about wish hunt. I just have a basic question. Probably will answer that question. We satisfy our desire. In wish hunting, we have wish hunters. We have the wish implementers. Wish hunters are those that go look for the perceived person. So my question to Mr. Doe and other folks, the witch hunters, they were the LACC folks that did the investigation and the audit. So my question to all of you guys, maybe our Lord, the current auditors, they were appointed by who administration? By the CDC or by UP and the LACC. So if the auditor was appointed, Councilor Jackson, I know as a professional friend, very professional. So then where's the witch hunt? Is the same CDC Auditor General conduct an audit and came up with the findings? I think Mr. Boyga's government, they are just implementing what the findings.
Thank you. Thank you, Melvin. I didn't know Melvin know more. He went to school to study witchcraft. He get all the different level about witch hunt, witch hunter, witch hunties, and everything. Melvin Howard, thank you very much for joining this call. Nelson, let's go to the phone line for Liberia. We're going to take the calls from Liberia. We're going to hear Liberian people yesterday. President Boyga is working. He said, y'all look for it, y'all will get it. We're bringing the guys then to book, okay? Now, John, we are saying no, you are witch hunting us. Which side you on? Is this a witch hunt? But remember now, John, we are dead to Samuka, to Charles Sali, to Make Weeks, and the rest of them. But here we are. President Boyga said we'll go by the law will be the law. Your talk to us, my fellow Liberian. Let's open the phone line.
055-101075 is the number to call. We go to the line, take the first person. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you're calling from.
Good evening, Honorable Waterspoon and the other panelists.
Yes, sir. Please go ahead. You're live. Let's hear you quickly.
Yeah, thank you very much. I've been struggling for some time to get on phone, and today I'm there.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say thank you very much, and let me be fast to say this. My name is Guillaume, MSM Guillaume. Stanton, it is very, very disheartening for you people to be calling that man Uncle Say. Don't call him man Samuel Jackson. He deliberately said tonight that the 13 men that were killed on the pool, he was there. How are you employing Mr. Boyga to be major with him? One of the things I want to say tonight is, John Weah has said earlier he was not a politician. People hired him to give their in. And then today they say John Weah men say he was going to carry the court. He did not carry them. George Weah never wanted to be auditor, so he killed all the auditors in Liberia. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input. We take another person, the second caller. Hello.
See, I want to thank you. My name is Tony, and I speak from Bushwa.
Tony, go ahead. Let's hear you, sir.
I'd like to congratulate Stenton. Stenton, you are magnanimous. And I also like to say hats up to Abdullah. Abdullah have done a brilliant analysis and comprehensive assessment on the government. What I'd like to say, President Bwaka has an opportunity. Stenton, how he listening? If he can call him, tell him, Pony said, he has an opportunity to be Liberia's best president. Personally, I'm very clear on it that way. I didn't vote President Bwaka because of bringing company or fixing role. I voted him squarely on the basis of accountability. Our country, in the master program currently at Cotton Graduate School, I was told that our country is backward simply because of impunity. Not basically corruption, but impunity. Not industries, not factories, not rule, but impunity. President Bwaka has a perfect opportunity to be our best president if he can bring all of the accountability, prosecution audit. And like Abdullah said, we should focus on the court. We should call all our judges. We should call all our lawyers to be meticulous because money will be spent at the court. But we have to right the wrong center. And President Bwaka is at the right footing to be Liberia's best president. Thank you, guys, and we'll follow the show.
Thank you for your input, Pune. Let's take the next person. Hello, you are live. Let's hear you. Hello. Good evening.
Yes.
Yeah, please go ahead. You are live.
Yeah, that's it. I am calling from Shakura.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to make something clear, correct. I'm clear to Azido and Samuel Jackson. Well, especially Samuel Jackson. He said that Ume Bwaka was a mayor in the Do government. They know all government officials at that time were forced to wear army uniform. Ministers, deputy ministers were given major rank. Even I had a friend, he and I were living in the same community. He gave him a major rank because why? He was some kind of assistant director.
Okay.
I mean, all school talking about the major
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Let's hold you there and take another person. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, we are live. Let's hear you quickly. Your name and where you're calling from.
This is Maxwell Foley, call from Morovia.
Go ahead.
Well, I'd like to thank the panel tonight for this unique program. You know, for some of us, we always follow the spoon and we like the debate. But unfortunately, you know, Axel Jackson and Axel Do, I mean, they are deceptive to the Liberian people. They mentioned Bwaka being a member of the RC regime. And that person could not prove what he said. It's unfortunate to provide misleading information to our people.
Thank you.
That's good. And we need to desist.
Thank you very much for your
so thank you so much. And
thanks a lot. Let's hold you there and take this person. Hello.
Damo.
Yeah, please go ahead. You're live.
Yeah, thank you for my opportunity to call you for this Fiamma.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you for the phone case to me. I want you to go my import as a Jackson and do to pay them. I only have family in a country. My appeal is about 20 small though the failure will suffer and think of the president to come to between the country. Ever you went to go to can be told the laboratory will pick the resources back in the laboratory forward. So you modify that. We talk about 1847, we talk about parking, we talk about the power. Oh, Mr. Bwaka, thank you. And to everyone who take the resource of the country, we should think about. He's doing it. No, I said, no, we pay you, man. You are our father. Start spoiling the country.
Thank you very much for your input.
Not even we pay you.
Thank you very much. Let's take another person. Hello.
Good
evening. Let's hear you. You are live.
The last person, please. The last person.
we're very clear. I know the plan is to silence CDC. We're very clear with this. No man born of a woman in this country. No man, I'm repeating that. I will borrow from the president who said it will be the end of the road. No man can silence CDC. If they think I was silent, those who are commitment, his peaceful nature will be seen as his weakness. And you think after all the laws have been broken, Mr. Burger went to the court, they court disgracing. He has destroyed the country to the extent that he pulled the country. So your friend means you don't even know. And you think we will sit there and think he's fighting corruption when you are going after people. You got to be thinking, what about the first corruption right here on
Thank
Mr.
you very
Burger?
much. Thank you very much for your
So
input.
thank you. I'll take the last one from here. It will be our last call for today. Folks, we want to say thank you. I'm going to take Martin Colley to do his closing, and then we will wrap this show up. Martin, go ahead. You're live.
Thank you, CEO, for the opportunity to share some information on the show once more. Let me just demystify a very important issue raised by Isaac Doe. Every time a sedition like Isaac Doe has an opportunity to come on, they always reference this Weah as a success story. But let me provide these stats for the Liberian people to understand today. The Unity Party-led government, under President Joseph Yuma Boakai, inherited a Weah debt of $6 million United States dollars. Go and look in the budget as it do. The government of President Joseph Boakai appropriated $3.5 million to pay your debt you created as a result of announcing a knee-jerk free tuition policy, Weah policy, and so forth. So stop misleading the people. Here is the issue, our CEO. President Weah claimed today in his press statement is a man of peace. How can you be a man of peace and you are calling your supporters to avert, undermine, and subvert the rule of law? What President Weah said today is a chargeable offense. He could be charged with treason because you are inciting violence against a certain authority. Probably President Weah does not understand the elements of a state. In that country, CEO, we only have one head of state. And the head of state is Joseph Yuma Boakai and not President Weah. He was put out of power. To have even heard him saying, I gave power out. He does not even understand Article 1 of the 1986 Constitution. All power is inherent in the people and not you, Mr. Weah. So the head of state in our country is Joseph Yuma Boakai, and the state has 4 elements. Number 1, population. Number 2, sovereignty. Number 3, territory. Number 4, government. And the government, in the context of politics, protects the sovereignty of the state, protects the population, and protects the territory as well. So I see President, we are trying to incite violence. I get laugh. Because the point in case is, the motive was to reactivate the pro-CDC base. But you saw the number of people that went for the press conference today, the entire party headquarters empty. Who told you sedition doesn't have, who told you seditions don't have sense? Seditions, a lot of seditions now have understood that these people came to power, use their energy.
No, but one minute, Martin. I know you're closing, but well, that's true. Do we have video, Nelson, of the party headquarters? Wasn't that empty? Or is that the reason it went in the building? But anyway, Martin, finish up. I think you raised this point.
One small chamber.
Yeah, Martin, finish up.
Yeah, they were in one small room. The entire party headquarters were empty. And the reason is just simple. Our brothers and sisters in CDC have understood that these people used their energy, came to power in 2017, and neglected them. Seditions are not candle folders. They are not political condoms that you can just use. They are not political condoms.
political condom. I remember Baba. I'm hungry. You call somebody condom. I want you condom myself. You call it a political condom.
He said they are not political condoms. They are not political
Okay, they are
condoms.
not. Okay. But I'm hungry by
Our brothers and sisters in CDC are not. President Weah if President Weah allows himself to be used and misused by Samuel Weah and others, he will bear the full weight of the law. If anything happens in our country.
But let me ask you a quick question before you leave, Martin, because we got to go. You said you wrote something in your piece, and you said that Samuel Weah is in hiding. He's somewhere in Ivory Coast or somewhere around the African region. Talk to us real quick on that. We really got to go. Be fast, please.
So the next step the government is about to take, according to inside sources, the government is about to issue something called Interpol Red Notice. The Interpol Red Notice is intended to arrest and extradite Samuel Weah. He is reportedly in Ivory Coast. I haven't confirmed that because for me, I don't just speak with all facts. So I'm using the word reportedly. Wherever he is hiding, there is a rate of arrest for you, Mr. Samuel Weah. You are involved with the 6.2 million scandal. You withdrew 6.2 million from the operational account of the Financial Intelligence Authority. The Monrovia Center Court under Joe Barco has issued a writ of arrest for you. 4 people have been already arrested. They are in jail. Mr. Weah, please make yourself available. You cannot evade justice and accountability. That country is a country of law, CEO.
Thank you, Martin.
That country is a country of law. Wherever Samuel Weah is, he needs to avail.
But Martin, thank you. We are, as you're speaking, folks saying that Samuel Weah will surrender. He will come in with his lawyer. But
let me try to end now. Take my case outside.
Yeah.
On the issue of justice, accountability, and transparency, President Weah has my full support.
Thank you.
Because
we'll bring you in, Martin, tomorrow. We got to go. I beg you. We got only 4 minutes. Martin, it's always good talking to you, my brother.
I will try to create time to come on the show tomorrow.
Thank you.
So please try to get the fact checker for us doing something.
You are the fact checker, Martin. You are. Thank you very much. Martin said political condom, right? The condom they can use in sex, right? Is that what he said?
He said they are not political condom.
You know who corrected?
You don't like to wear it.
No, I didn't know. I didn't know that. You know, important. Just tell me that statement you can say. Political condom. So we want to say, okay, all right. Now I heard what he said. I'm hungry for condom. But I want to say thanks to everybody. Let's wrap this thing up. Phone line is over. I'll go ahead, Asido. Say what you want to say, please.
I gotta take. So listen. Yesterday I said the same thing. You know, Rambo should be acting in movie. Where Rambo really talking? The party headquarters empty. Then President, we are doing this. Which one he wants to see? Rambo or Riot crying, President Waka, he doing this. We should be talking about serious things. There's not a movie. There's not a Hollywood movie we're making here. The Rambo must go acting show and stop these. You know, where you want to see? The party headquarters is empty. Okay. Then Weah, he doing it. What you want, Rambo? Go act in one movie, the Indian movie that Indian people can die when they want to die. Oh, they fall in that. There's not a movie theater here who's doing it. So let's go to a real thing here. Who was that clueless man who called on the show talking about Baka in commission, anything? Those are the kind of clueless folks that are running our government. The man is so clueless that he didn't even know what's going on in his own government. And I understand he's talking about deputy minister from Nika. Daniel Sando, he mean, how can a deputy minister for information can be so clueless as he is? Daniel, President Barker commissioned 3 audits: EPS, NSA, and CBL. He went ahead and decommissioned that of NSA. So the CBL audited President Barker. How you can be your own information made you so clueless? But you know one thing? It makes me so proud if you see the entire United Party and NASTE calling just to counter Isaac doing Samuel Weah. I was easy putting a time for all the Yama being said on the show here. But you know, you people from the clueless deputy minister Daniel Sano will call and just talk about Yama to rescue movie Rambo and all kind of things. Well, I wanted to end on something that is important. You know, I have consistently said this. No human being on the planet will know everything. It's not possible. You see me? I know nothing about agriculture. I will only talk the general thing, not the specifics, because I'm not an agriculture person. When it comes to finance, I can boast of it because I am there. I know my record of it. You know, my brother, mommy, hey, statute of limitation, a 5-year no, mommy, you lie. That's not the way it is. So, mommy, let me give you a little information. I know you are one person who, no matter how someone help you, you will stay taught. But let me just help you anyways. So listen, the 5-year SOL, they're saying within 5 years, there is a limit as to when you can commission, meaning you can start an investigation on corruption. But if there has already been an investigation from which there is a report, it does not have SOL. You can even prosecute the person after 200 years because there is a report already there. So for the 12 years of UP, the GHC had already audited and there are reports with the GHC. You cannot say to prosecute those reports have SOE. That's not how it works, brother. If you want to say, go and start an audit 5 years ago, then there is an SOL. But if an audit has already been conducted and a report is there is no stopping point as to when you can prosecute that report that is already there. Financially, bro, that's the way it is. So again, you can, I come to leave, you can talk as much as you want to talk, but people listening to you, they will be laughing.
Thank you, Ase. The show is over. I want to say thanks to everybody. The show is over. Let me say this. I want to say, Nelson, come on. I want to say thank you.
He just call one lawyer quick to just clear the thing. Because
yeah, we do it tomorrow. It's 8:01. Mo Ali, I want to give you the very last word, Mo Ali, because you are the guest panelist, right? But I want to say to all of you that joined us, you won't believe what happened today. People follow Spoon. Everyone in Liberia, home and abroad, they love the Spoon. We want to say thanks to you. We really appreciate everything you continue to do here for the Spoon Network. The network, the management, everybody appreciates you. We want to say there's a firecracker right now in Fantita near New Matadi. There's a firecracker. I just sent it to Nelson in Fantita near New Matadi. They are calling on the fire department to please help. Fire going on right now in Fantita. But Mo Ali, we want to say thank you. Today alone, again, we love to announce this thing because the Liberian people follow us all over. We want to say 68.8 thousand people that just watched us in the last 3 hours, and they will follow us again. Over 13,500 comments and 1,200 share. Folks, as you make this a place for you to be every evening, we say thank you. Now, this is important to announce. On Sunday, we will have John Malu one-on-one with the CEO on Sunday. John Malu is coming on set to speak about everything you hear about the audit report, about the arrests that have been made, the new appointments in government, the CBL, those that have been suspended and leaving. Again, we are hearing from our sources, more suspension coming up with the CBL, and you know that the president today appointed as acting CBL governor, Henry F. Samoa. We'll talk more about that tomorrow. We want to say again, a beautiful program by the Liberian National Police. Thank God to Chief Randall, and thank seriously to our own brother, Gregory Coleman, that bringing in new ideas from abroad to help the Liberian National Police. It was a beautiful program today. I watched it all. Mo Ali, talk to us before you leave.
Yeah, so Stanton, just quickly, you know, it is difficult to teach people when they don't want to learn. Statute of limitation is there. And Mame said when an investigation is done, that is, for example, the audit, and I report takes down, and you don't act on the report within 5 years, it becomes, there is no way you can know that somebody is corrupt if an investigation is not done. That's why the statute of limitation is clear. Investigation must be done with a report there. Once that report is there and is not after 5 years, it's done. And I will repeat, the Weah government understood that. They thought they were going to win the second term. That's why they commissioned the audit. The intent was to keep those audit reports so that those audit reports can become moot in their second term. They said, no, let's do all of our stealing in the first term. They miscalculated. The Liberian people exposed them. The Liberian people saw the stealing. And that's why the Liberian people decided to change them to put government in place, a government that will go after the people who stole. Without going after you to say, we'll come and do something to you, it is the law that is going after you. It is the law. And so all those feeble threats, oh, you want to jeopardize the peace, you want to do the one, just having press conference threatening the peace of this country. Like I said from the beginning of the show, we are like he can have press conference every day for the next 1 year. It will not stop the law from taking its course. Carrasco like he can talk all he wants to talk. All the sedition like, oh, you want to silence the CDC? You silence yourself. You're stealing over the last 6 years is the one silencing you. Nobody got interest in silencing you. So Stanton, thank you for the show. And we always listen when there is a need for us to come on. We will come here and clarify issues that Azzy Roden will be lying about. Thank you.
Thank
you very much, Bo Ali. We appreciate everyone that called. Huh?
It should not finish. I beg you. That
Go
30
ahead.
seconds. You see, it's
Go ahead.
important. It's important we clarify these things. It's not about showing and this and that. Please put the statute of limitation from the Liberian law up. Please put it. Oh, let read it so the people hear it.
That's why we're asking that law. I want to.
It's available. Yeah. People just read and don't understand. Please put it. Oh, let me read it. It's available.
I remember you just sent me the thing, but let me upload it first. Hold on 1 minute. Let me.
And besides reading it, there is precedent in our law. There are 2 cases more you can remember. The case, okay, persecution, okay, just keep that one. It says for fraud, breach of fiduciary obligation. That is, you in government, your fiduciary obligation, you breach it or you commit fraud. Among all other things, what is important is it says, but in no case shall this provision extend the period of limitation otherwise applicable by more than 5 years. That's the limitation. Go to the first one.
What? The one you sent me another one?
Yeah, the other one. The other one by there is there clearly 5 years. They want just telling you you can't extend more than 5 years. Limitation.
This one?
Yes.
Yes.
Prosecution for capital offense. No capital. Except as provided for in section 4.3 and 4.4 this chapter, prosecution for any non-capital offense shall be subject to the following period of limitation. A, prosecution for felony may be commenced within 5 years after it is committed. The felony, corruption and other things are felonious crime. Within 5 years. So when the crime is committed, you conduct the audit report is there, and you don't take action within 5 years, the statute of limitation elapsed, you can't go forward. When Councillor Gonglo was campaigning, he said part of what he will even do is to review that statute of limitation so he can be able to go after cases more than 5 years. That was part of his campaign manifesto, because he knew the statute of limitation was there. There was a case. The National Oil Company of Liberia, Clemenceau Ure, Alomisa Inomba, and other CDC lawmakers that they bribe. That National Oil Company of Liberia bribe. That case was there when they took the case to court. The court freed Clemenceau Ure and all the other indictees on ground that the statute of limitation ended before the case went to court. And Mo Ali gave the other example. This place is a place to educate people. I'm not lawyer, you're not lawyer. But every day you claim somebody know more, but in the same tune, you're speaking about law. But you claim that somebody know more, but you're speaking about law, and you're not lawyer. So I put it up so people can read and understand for themselves, since I'm not a lawyer, but there is statute of limitation. Councillor Gonglo was campaigning that when we win, we'll change the statute of limitation because he knows there's a statute of limitation.
Mama, CEO now start scratching your hair and rubbing his lip. He hungry.
Yeah, look, that's why the
How do you know me? I'm really hungry. Mo, I thank you very much. Jessica, thank you.
I will go back to 2005 and go prosecute.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, yeah, when I do that, then you know that it's time to go. Yeah. But Nancy, come on. Thank you, Conor Gray. We hope we can have you on early tomorrow, Conor Gray. Nancy, we want to say thanks a lot. It was a beautiful show. I want to say to all of you that follow us, thank you. Today, right now, as we speak, 70,100 people still watching. That's beautiful. They went through the program. Because of you, we are here. Indeed, I'm hungry. I'm tired. But we have to talk the story. I just want to say, Nelson, who is this man called Joseph Yimabwaka? I really want people to go home tonight to think. This, we call him old man, they call him Keke, Boklopo, and but who is he? Seriously. I'm not talking about people that are around him. Let me do my closing and say I'm here with my little brother Nelson, my picking, just two of us, no noise. And those of you that are still watching us, I just, when he said, think Liberia, love Liberia, and let's build Liberia. Who is he? Just go home and think about it and come and tell us tomorrow. Once you're Liberian, I'm not looking for only the positive, but wherever you find yourself, who is Joseph Yimabwaka? All the years he spent in government, what really he want to do for Liberia? The country is shaking, but he remained calm, fearless, knowing that when it is all said and done, he got nothing to lose, but just to leave a legacy. People in this government, 6 months, they are shaking. That this president is about to transform something. Did you waste your vote? Did you waste your vote? Or did you do the good thing, the right thing, that which is better for our country? I want to have a conversation with you tomorrow. Who is Joseph Yimabwaka? That whenever you sit on him, you sit with him, you sit by him, you sit behind him, in front of him. He just tell you about what he really want to do. I'm not talking about those that's working for him. No. I'm talking about the man Joseph Yimabwaka. I'm not talking about his children. I'm not talking about just the person Joseph Yimabwaka, just the individual JMB. Whichever way you call him. Who is he? When he all by himself and just thinking about Liberia, who is he? So as you go to bed tonight, I want you to think and give me an answer tomorrow. That's the assignment I got for you. Will he transform this nation? Will he change the story of Liberia? Will he change Liberia's story? We have to discuss this man. What do you think? He's doing the right thing or he's doing the worst? Who is he? What do you think he's going to accomplish? Your children, school, the healthcare system in the country, reduce corruption, fight corruption, change the everyday thing that only few people must enjoy. The money situation in the country, you listen to women pay. It's a serious issue in the money sector. When you leave the executive and go to the legislature, the massive corruption When you talk about representatives and senators, massive corruption. Can he fix it? Can he help work alone that they fix it? Who is Jose Imambuaka? The judiciary system, massive corruption. That the judge, some of them can just look at you, the allegation that you gave them money and you walk free. Who is Jose Imambuaka? Ministers and directors trying to cut shortcuts. Who is Jose Imambuaka? That when you sit with him, you talk to him and you tell him, listen, this is what we are hearing. Then he said, my nephew, my daughter, my niece will fix it. Who is Jose Imambuaka? Is it just some kind of flash that they will arrest Cemetery and arrest all of them and they will stay born and they go free? Who is Jose Imambuaka? What is he really trying to achieve? People in the executive mansion cannot understand. They cannot comprehend him. They begin to wonder, am I next? Will I be fired? Who is Jose Imambuaka? That some people will say, well, we'll go to the president and make this change. They will argue, and when the president take a decision, then they say, no, the word should be the last one. Who is Jose Imambuaka? Those advisors around Jose Imambuaka, the Sajoni, the Samuel Kofi Woods, the Mori Kamara, the Bujuben Keita, Steve Stikwa, Sylvester Grisby, Madera Cooper, Dr. Kone, Mamaka Bedite. Do they really know him? Do they really know the president? But when he wake up one morning and make this change that everybody called him for, to set Liberia on the path, who is Jose Imambuaka? I think on this though, will he leave a better legacy than Madam Salif? Whatever way you classify her. Will he be better than Charles Taylor? Will he be better than Tolbert, than Totman? Will he be better than George Weah? Who is Jose Imambuaka? A little over 6 months into his government, the country is shaking, but he remained calm. Everybody running here and there, but he just cool. May God bless you. May God keep you. May God bless our great nation. We're here. We ain't going anywhere. We're here. Listen, God got us for a reason. He brought us here for a reason. We must fix our country. We must fix this nation. And that's why we are here. Till we meet again tomorrow, same time, share our show. Over 70-something thousand people, home and abroad, in Europe, in Asia, in America, in Africa, everywhere. People following us, believing in the message of Mame, of Asido, of Samuel Jackson, of Dr. Richardson, of Glendy, Fatima, believing in the message of Fadika, of Mr. Dwalu. The Spoon Network is here to stay. Your station, your network is here to stay. The place before you go to bed, 8 o'clock p.m., you get yourself ready, you get your coffee, you get your sugar bread, your fanti bread, you put your mayonnaise inside, you fry your egg, you lay back and you put Spoon on the big screen TV. Those that like us and those that hate us, those that love us and those that hate us. If you listen to us by radio, you tell your child, you say, turn the volume up. Spoon Talk is on. Let's hear what's happening in the country today. If you're somewhere outside of America and outside of Africa and outside of Europe, somewhere that you get good internet, you put your computer on and you enjoy the argument. Where you have sedition and UP and ANC and LPP and ALP and ALCO, everybody coming to talk their own. Who is Jose Imambuaka? After 6 months being president of the Republic of Liberia, who is Jose Imambuaka? Be blessed. Enjoy. May the good Lord be with you. Be with your children. Provide for you. Provide for your family. Till we meet again. Good night. Thank you, Nelson.
Yes, sir. Well, folks, we want to say thanks to all of you tonight for making up time to be here with us on another edition of the program Spoon Talk. As you know, this is where you get authentic information. This is where you get the news. This is where you get the critical analysis. This is where you get to interact with the newsmakers. You get to engage with the newsmakers every time. You get the breaking news right here. You get all of the updates and you get to know what's happening across Liberia every time you tune to Spoon. And I want to say thanks to our many followers online, following us always on Facebook, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV, on YouTube, Spoon Talk Live. Many thanks to our radio audience as well, the folks across Liberia listening to us via radio on the Spoon Network, 107.5, Spoon FM, 101.1, Fabric FM, and to the folks joining us via the relay on several community radio stations as well. We appreciate you. Thanks to those community radio stations for always relaying the program. Thanks to Trust FM in Bomi County. Thanks to Gibi FM in Kakatama, Gibi County. Thanks to Premier FM in Bon County. And of course, Trend Radio in Grand Cru County. Well, on that note, this is how we like to draw down the curtains on this edition of the program, Spoon Talk. I want to say thanks to all of you for following the program tonight. Tony. Okay. The technology has a way of doing something. All right. So thanks to all of you for following us tonight. We look forward to being here tomorrow with another edition of the. Okay. So I want to hold on a bit, as we will shortly draw down the curtains on the show. But Jack, Abu DB, everyone, Elliot Faya, Sir Johnson, Mr. Johnson, thanks to every single person for joining us tonight across the internet. Jackie Merch, thanks for. today I'm put to the green. So those of you watching the show right now, you see the photo on the screen, you know exactly what we're talking about. Today, so many people were making predictions in the comment section. They say, oh, that potato green, see you will eat potato green. Today I'm potato green. I know the fool are down there. I don't know whether that. But looking at bread, it looks like cake or something. Yeah. But imagine that kind of real giant size cake or bread or something right before the TV or the computer and the show is going on. Wow. CEO, thank you there, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Someone said atobagi. No, not atobagi. Someone says a cake. Yeah, I think that cake down there. It looks like a cake, but that's a giant size cake. No, they didn't get beans cake. No, I see beans cake here, Fire Stevens. But I want to say thanks to everyone for being here tonight. We look forward to bringing you another great Spoon Talk tomorrow. Make up time to join us. Share the show as you always come on, and we will certainly be back on your radio tomorrow. Until then, have a good night. My name is Nelson Collier. We'll be back shortly with the late night show, the late night politics on Spoon. We'll be on your radio in a few minutes from now. You can make up time to join us. Until then, have a good night and bye-bye for now.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO. Stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the South and then charges on the beat. To get your information. To the spoon. To be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia.
television, just turn to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, turn to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Morocco, turn to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just turn